you'll have a little bit to edit out, but.
Yeah. Okay, it says we're live.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So does anyone, so I can go check. It'd be kind of fun to pretend I'm in the audience and go see.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right. And then do you want to start the actual Zoom recording?
Well, we could do that. We could do that like maybe at 10.
All right. Well, let's just not try to remember, but yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, or we could do it now. I mean, just so that it's not there. I mean, the Zoom recording is our backup anyway. So.
Right. Now the thing.
All right, I'm just gonna start it right now.
Thing that occurred to me is we should periodically be sprinkling some messages into the chat. For example, a link to the live stream so people can tweet, we can get people to tweet the link.
Sure.
And then I don't know if there's any other, I think that would be the main thing that we want to periodically put in there. Is there anything else, sort of like an announcement that we might want to periodically put into the chat?
I can't think of anything offhand.
Like links on petitioning or whatever.
Oh yeah, we could do that, or like directing people to the committee's page to volunteer, or the campaign page for candidates, or that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So why don't we all kind of do a little bit, or maybe how about we update the Google Docs with a few of those ideas,
yeah.
All right. I think I'm gonna be quiet now and just we're gonna start letting people.
I just let Dave in because it's Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hey.
Hey, Dave.
How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
Good.
Should we make Dave a co-host?
All right, now that my coffee's done brewing, I'm gonna pour it into a cup so I can drink it.
Excellent plan.
Are we okay? May I start letting the waiting room people in?
Yeah.
Any objections? Okay.
Good morning.
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 Hello.
Good morning.
See, Joe Nathan isn't here yet, is he?
No, not yet.
Is anybody getting a weird static?
I am. I'm trying to wonder. Oh, it stopped now. Wonder what caused that.
Not me.
You still hearing it?
Yeah.
I heard it for a brief, it started up again for a brief second for me and now it stopped again.
Okay. I'm not hearing that. I can try muting. Okay, Joe Nathan just requested a Zoom link, so I emailed it to him. There he is.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, Joe Nathan. All right, so it's 10:03. Why don't we get started here? We can just welcome everyone who's here. I'm sure more people will be joining soon, but since it's after 10 and folks are already here, why don't we just get started with doing a round of introductions, and then as more people join, we'll bring them in, and then that way we can try to stay on time here and get through our agenda. Today we have a slightly shorter agenda than usual, so I wanted to try that out and see if we can get through the meeting by 3 p.m. So, and the the quicker we get through, the more we'll have time for discussion and, just a little more getting to know each other. So, yeah, so if you want to just give a brief introduction, of 1 minute or less, just let us know your name, where you're joining us from, your pronouns that you use, and is this your first Green Party meeting, or have you been involved before? And anything very briefly about just kind of your position in the Green Party, or if you're looking to run for office or something like that. Again, try to keep it 1 minute or less, and we'll have more space later. So I'll start. I'm Dave Schwab, co-chair of the Wisconsin Green Party. I use he, him pronouns. I'm in Madison. And yeah, I'm very involved with the state party as co-chair, also on the elections, membership and communications committees, and as a national committee delegate. And yeah, I also have started working on the Matt Hoh for Senate campaign, helping out with fundraising communications. And you'll get to meet him later, so excited for that. And I'll pass it to Jonathan ZB Kingfisher.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for your time. Yeah, I'm Jonathan ZB Kingfisher here in Ojibwa, Anishinaabe, Chippewa land here in Ashland, Wisconsin. And my pronouns are he and ha. No, that's a joke. He and him. I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm the co-chair, the northern co-chair. It's locationally convenient to say that. And I've been involved with the Green Party for 20 years, starting with Nader's campaign. And yeah, I've had a career in teaching math, science, and Ojibwe, language, culture, history, and field conservation as a biological technician. And I am very appreciative of the Greens and the camaraderie and the good feeling among us. So thank you, everybody. Pass.
Okay, then I'll just call on people as I see them in the list, so that we can keep it moving. Sam Chance. You're muted, Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam Chance. He, him pronouns. I'm the co-chair of, or I guess I'm the chair of the Four Lakes Greens local chapter in Dane County. The Congressional District 2 representative to the Coordinating Council, and the co-chair of our IT committee. Was there more of the prompt?
That's fine.
All right, pass.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Tom Rodman.
Hi, from the Milwaukee area, Bayview, on the IT committee, focus on Linux and scripting, also on the coordinating council, in the Green Party for, I think, since roughly 2015, pass.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. Next, Melissa Minkoff.
Hello, everyone. Good to see everybody here. My name's Melissa Minkoff. My pronouns are she, her. I live in Madison. I've been involved with the Green Party for a couple of years now, I think. Currently, I am on the coordinating council. I'm the co-chair of the IT committee, as well as I'm also on the platform and policy and the communications committees. Oh, and I'm a national delegate alternate. And I think that's all I've got about myself. Pass.
Okay. Dusty Hartle, I know Dusty mentioned that he was at work, so I'm not sure if he's able to chime in. Dusty, you can just let us know in the chat if you're able to do a quick introduction. For now, we'll keep moving. Jeffries.
Good morning, everyone. Haven't been around lately, much as I would have liked to be, but I've just been kind of hibernating lately, not too active, but still dues paying member. Been around since 2016, and looking forward to maybe getting to meet everyone again in person. So hope everyone's enjoying the spring weather. We got it. Pass.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Steve Carlson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Carlson. I'm from Trigo, Wisconsin, quite a ways up in the northwest corner of the state. My pronouns are he, him. I am a recently joined the Green Party at the encouragement of Justin Cease. I don't know if Justin's going to be here today, but he encouraged me to renew membership. I had been a party member previously. I don't have any positions within the Green Party right now, but I am the co-chair of the healthcare committee for our Wisconsin Revolution. And I think that there's some overlap between our organization and the Green Party in terms of issues and so forth. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to be on the meeting today, and I do not know how to moderate my fluctuating screen color. I'm not very tech savvy, and I know we have a poor internet connection up here. I'm told that contributes to that, but hopefully you can all put up with the visual changing environment. Anyway, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Welcome. Okay, so Tom Crofton is next. Tom Crofton, can you unmute?
I'm sorry. Is that it?
Yeah.
Got me now?
You're
Yes.
good.
I don't know why it wouldn't stick. I'm down in Richland County. I'm a he, him. I ran for office under the Dems for a state assembly twice and found out how terrible they are. And then I joined the People's Party recently and tried to get them to think about joining all the left groups together, and they don't really want to do that, and they fell apart kind of much. So I'm here. I got in the chat a link to a free progressive digital mag I've been working on, very independent. I'd love to have contributions from all kinds of people. We have art and poetry and politics and opinions and fiction and all kinds of stuff. So please check it out. And there's a Tom Crofton Substack account. You can see the past issues. I'd love to have the Green Party get involved in this. And I really think the purpose is there's only one rank and file. We can't split in all these little splinters. We have to join all together one way or another. And we got to change things. So I hope you guys want to get involved in the mag, and I'll try to get involved with you.
Great. Thanks, Tom. Barbara?
Hi, everyone. I'm Barbara Dahlgren. I'm hailing from West Allis, Wisconsin, right next to Milwaukee. I'm she, her. I'm the secretary, the recording secretary. So yes, I am already taking notes. I'm also the acting co-chair of the Elections Committee and the Dispute Resolutions Committee. And I also volunteer with the Platform Committee right now. And I've been involved for over a decade, I think, and have helped with campaigns on several elections, national, state, and local. And great to be here. Thanks.
Okay. Bill Bryan.
Bill Bryan, he, him. I am state operations treasurer. I am also active on the membership and outreach committee and with the Milwaukee Greens. I spent over 40 years active in the Steelworkers Union. I am currently also active with the Democratic Socialists of America and the socialist group Solidarity. Pass.
All right. Next up, Gerald Jake Schneider.
How's my voice going? Can you hear me?
Sounds fine.
What's that?
Sounds fine to me.
Okay. I'm Gerald Jake Schneider, former Wisconsin Green Party treasurer. Started in the late 90s, I think 96, something like that. Formed the Lakewood Abago Green Party, local party. I'm presently in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. You can thank COVID for that one. I'm going to stay here until I'm convinced that COVID is done. And then I moved on to becoming treasurer of the Green Party United States. And until 2006, traveled quite a ways until the COVID kicked in 2 years ago, approximately. Okay, pass.
Thanks. Laura Ankerson.
Hi, I'm Laura Ankerson. My pronouns are she, her, and I am new to the Green Party. I just actually spoke with Dave yesterday a little bit. So I'm basically here just to kind of learn a bit more about the party and how things operate here. Pass.
Great, welcome, Laura. Then Cheryl McFarland.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Cheryl McFarland, and I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I was invited by Barbara M. and Glenn Banks. So I'm new to the Green Party. I'm employed by Wisdom Inc. in Milwaukee. I'm an organizer for the voter engagement campaign. So we do grassroots organizing and canvassing and things like that. And thanks for having me. And I pass.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Welcome. Then Justin Seiss.
Hey everybody, it's Justin. See, and then I guess, yeah, I've been on and off active with the Green Party for a few years. I'm currently trying to be involved with the communications committee, elections, and membership. So we got that. I also am building a mobile and pop-up cooperative bookstore, so that takes up some of my time too. I'm a member with OWR as well, so try to be involved in as many spaces as I can. And I'm in Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
Okay, thanks. Welcome everyone. Dusty mentioned in the chat that he's at work and unable to introduce himself, but Dusty Hartle's also here with us. And I think everyone got the chance to introduce themselves who's here, right? If anyone didn't, just let me know. But yeah, so thanks everyone. Welcome. Let's see. Just wanted to refer to our agenda here. Okay, it's time for a co-chair statement. So I'll lead off and then I'll pass over to Joe Nathan. Just wanted to share some thoughts on the current political situation that we find ourselves in. So one thing that is on everyone's mind, if not at the top of everyone's mind, is the war in Ukraine. And, it's definitely a horrible thing to see. And it's also important to understand that it's the result of decades of policy that has been set by the military industrial complex. That many people in high places have, intentionally set policies that they knew were provocative and that, would escalate tensions and eventually escalate into a war. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that later, especially when we have our discussion with Matt Hoh. At home, we have the highest level of dissatisfaction with the two-party system ever. A national poll found over 60% of people think the Democrats and Republicans are failing us and that we need a new major party. And, since the Democrats have taken power in the 2020 elections, they failed on many issues. That is, failed the people who voted for them, not the people who fund their party. They failed to raise the minimum wage, which is even more egregious now with inflation so high. The fact that the minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour. It had already lost 30% of its value from the last time that it was raised. Now it's even more. They haven't passed paid family and medical leave, which I think there's only a handful of countries around the world that don't have it. Even Afghanistan, which was one of the few countries that didn't have it, now has it. We still don't. Climate action, there's peanuts in, worse than nothing. The largest sale of oil and gas leases in US history. Is a massive betrayal. No student debt cancellation. They let the eviction moratorium lapse, and thousands of people have been evicted and are being evicted still in the middle of the pandemic and the economic crisis. No protection for voting rights. They won't even pass bare minimum protections, to help their own voters vote. So, it's in many ways less than the bare minimum. Working people are really struggling with the rising cost of living, and things are really rough out there. The way we see it, Democrats are Wall Street's backup party, and their role is to take power when capitalism is in crisis, to manage the crisis by enacting the bare minimum of reforms before handing power back to the GOP. And we could argue over whether they even enact the bare minimum of reforms. I would say they don't. But it's basically, the illusion of change. Republicans obviously have no answers. They back the same corporate agenda that's hollowed out the economy. So they focus more and more on culture war issues, trying to find scapegoats, scapegoating immigrants, scapegoating LGBTQ people, scapegoating any minority they can find. They have no answers, and many of the problems they completely deny even exist. So basically the two-party system is marketed to us as democracy. In reality, it's just the illusion of choice. The underlying agenda hasn't changed. And we see that with the fact that even though, working people are, being thrown out on the streets, the Democrats have already passed the biggest military budget in history. And now they're proposing an even bigger military budget to go over $800 billion for the first time. And some Democrats are saying we should spend even more than Biden is proposing. And a lot of that is more weapons to fuel the war in Ukraine, which they've been using as a proxy war against Russia instead of trying to find a solution that works for everyone. The climate crisis is accelerating. It's converging with the crises of endless war, as well as economic and social breakdown. We saw last year so many climate disasters, and even since we last met, we've seen deadly tornadoes in the middle of what should be winter. We've seen wildfires in winter, and it's now year round that we have these climate disasters. And our democracy is also in crisis, if you can call it that. We're not only moving backward on voting rights and little things like gerrymandering, which mostly have to do with the parties kind of trading power back and forth, but the two-party system is holding back progress on real change, like ranked choice voting, proportional representation, ballot access reform, open debates, campaign finance reform, and the other real reforms that we need. So the Green Party is still the only party that has solutions to all these problems. It's the only national party that refuses to take corporate money, and it's that corporate money that's corrupted the political system. So it's up to us to build the party from the grassroots up into a viable alternative that can bring together all those people, over 60% of US voters who want a new party. So I will pass it over to Joe Nathan, and like I said, we'll have plenty of time for discussion later on where we can really dig into some of these issues. Joe Nathan?
Thanks, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I agree with that wonderful recap of details and of our reality. And, one of the things I've been saying, so if you've heard me say this before, I'm putting it on record. Who's more insane, the chump that says climate change isn't real and we're going to rev the industrial engine harder, or who the frick is Joe Biden? Whoever's paying him, right? Joe Biden doing the bidding of the rich and powerful. Who's more insane? The one that says climate change is real? There's John Kerry saying we got 9 years to make a difference. Democrats say it's real. They're also saying we're going to rev the engine harder. We're going to produce more fossil fuel. Who's more insane? Okay, at this point, metaphorically, America is a hijacked plane. The captains of industry and the political class have hijacked this plane we're all on. On the left are the Democrats, on the right are the Republicans. We're in the back of the plane with the libertarians, and they're flying it to a crash destination. We're all going to die if we don't storm the cockpit and take over this hijacked plane. Or you can kick the window out and hope your pillowcase is enough of a parachute to make it to the ground. Metaphorically, we're talking about electability or survival at an individual sustainable level. It's crisis time all across the board. People, make your stand, because we're out of time. We're out of time. This presidency was we might have one more presidency, and then the system's crashed and they've taken this enterprise of America to dismal end. So happy spring, everybody. I wish I was more positive. There's never been a better time for Green Party politics to go mainstream. The obviousness, correctness of our positions is huge and looming. And I hope we have the best outcome individually and collectively. So great to have everybody here. Let's mobilize and do something, because we gotta pass.
Thank you, Joe Nathan. Okay, so next up, we'll just have a quick orientation, ground rules, and talk about our facilitation and decision-making style. So we have a code of conduct, And by the way, you can find this all on our website on the spring gathering page. And, that just lays out kind of our basic ground rules, how to have a respectful and productive discussion and meeting. And then you can also find our bylaws and, everything that we do. We conduct business according to our bylaws. It doesn't lay out every single detail of how we do things, but, we do have to abide by those basic bylaws. So, and also share the link of the spring gathering, just so you can see the agenda again if you don't have that in front of you. So, as you've already seen, we give people time and space to talk. If you would like to speak, then you can get on the stack and just put the word stack into the chat. And then the facilitators will try to call on people to speak in the order that they got on the stack. And we do try to prioritize people who haven't spoken yet, so that we're not necessarily hearing the same voices over and over again, or getting into sort of back and forth, but more passing the discussion around and making sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. And then when you're done speaking, if you can say pass or over, just to let people know that you're finished, so we don't accidentally interrupt you. And then, so we use a form of decision making called modified consensus. We strive for consensus on decisions, and again, we try to hear what everyone has to say and, find the best possible solution. And then, we'll ask if there are questions or concerns. And, before we want to make a decision, we'll ask if there are any unresolved concerns. If people still have unresolved concerns, then, we'll try to resolve them. If we can't come to a consensus, then we can call for a vote. And, once we have a vote, then, everyone who's a dues paying member in good standing is eligible to vote. And, if 60% of people vote in favor of something, then it's passed. Let's see. So I think that covers kind of the basics. Is there anything that I'm missing here? Any questions? Okay. So next up, we have our reports. So, we can hear from our officers, committees, our chapters, and our national committee delegates. So first up, we've heard the, co-chairs welcoming statements, and, now we can pass it over to some of our officers and committees just to hear what's been going on with the party. So I'm going to pass it to our treasurer, Bill Bryan.
I put the financial report in the chat. I don't know if it would be beneficial to put it on screen share. I have to admit, I don't know how to do that. So if someone could do that, that would be good. Otherwise, if you could just open that document and take a look at it. The report is for the last 12 months since our spring of 2021 gathering. And I would like to note that we are doing pretty well financially. If we had more resources, if we had, say, $100,000 in our treasury rather than closer to 20,000, we could do things like put someone on full-time staff for the organization, which would be tremendously helpful. We don't have those kind of resources at this point. Nonetheless, we've done pretty well financially. All of our income, every single penny of it for the last couple of years, as far as I can tell, has come from dues and donations. We are a membership organization. We subsist entirely on the dues and donations from our members. And one thing about Wisconsin Greens is they pay their dues and they pay them regularly. Particularly important are the couple of dozen people who are contributing on a monthly basis. That gives us a strong financial base for the organization. Now, this last 12 months is kind of unusual in that we were between election cycles. So when we are really engaged in elections, we spend sometimes thousands of dollars on petitioning expenses. And we give hundreds, even thousands of dollars to candidates that we endorse or Greens that we've recruited specifically to run for positions. We didn't have many of those expenses this time around. Our biggest expense is Nation Builder, which is the database, I guess you could call it, or data system we use for membership and tracking our dues and so on and so forth. So we did very well in our dues and dues collections, and our expenses, because we were in between the election cycles, were very modest. And we have nearly, I think it's around $19,000 in our treasury right now. So I think that's probably all I need to say. Well, let me just say one more thing. And there are additional reasons why our expenses have been so low. I mentioned the electoral expenses associated with petitioning and the financial backing we give to our candidates. But also one unintended or surprising consequence of the effect of the pandemic is we have saved a lot of money by having virtual gatherings. So though we did do fundraising and at our spring and fall gatherings in the past, when those were in-person gatherings, overall, they tended to be more of an expense than a source of income. So the fact that we've had since the fall of 2019 was the last time we had a statewide in-person gathering. We haven't had the expenses associated with those gatherings. So that's been another cost savings. So I'll just stop on that note. Take any questions if there are any.
I'm just curious, is Patty officially helping us out now with stipend?
Yes, you'll see under professional services, Patty Ashby, who served as campaign treasurer. We have two treasurer positions in the state party. She did not run for office the last time around. So that unfortunately, that position remains vacant. But she has agreed in the interim to continue to work on bookkeeping services for the party. Particularly important are the biannual reports. Biannual, does that mean twice yearly? Yeah. Reports we have to file with the state. So under professional services, we've been paying her $100 a month to continue to work on that. She has not agreed to do that indefinitely. We do still need to fill that position of campaign treasurer, but at least in the interim, our filings with the state are coming off in a timely manner, and we're good on that front. Pass.
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you, Bill. Get Good news. Okay. So next up, so why don't we go to our committees? And let me just pull up the order. So why don't we hear from the Elections Committee? Barbara, can you let us know what the Elections Committee has been up to?
Sure. So since we last met, the Elections Committee had some difficulty for a little while. I had been serving as the acting chair of the Elections Committee for years. And we had this situation where I had a baby around the fall gathering. And so I had to take some time off and, get situated with my new little family member. So we have just started to get back up and running as of this year. And since then, we've been working on candidate recruitment, trying to find all of those people who have signed up on our lists and reach out to them, which we have done. Some of you here are actually a result of that. And really work on what we think are the important things to focus on in 2022 and also through 2024, because there are local elections and other things going on that we would like to be a part of. But obviously we are still a pretty small group and we don't want to be spread too thin. So we've been working on what things we can actually do and also how we can work with the National Green Party organization in order to really double our efforts, because the national organization also has things like campaign training schools. We have usually done one every single year, but the national organization also has those resources as well. So we've been working to share those things. And I think that's it for that report, but I'd like, if it's okay, I'd like to backtrack 1 second and mention a report for the secretary. I am currently serving as the recording secretary. There are 2 secretary positions in the Green Party. The other one is vacant at this point. We have had some interesting luck with our secretaries where we have not had year-round people serving as secretaries for quite a while. So I would like to proudly say that I'm continuing to stay on as secretary so we can get some things a little bit more organized. So hopefully by the next gathering, we will have a lot more access to all membership over things like minutes and the ability to join committee meetings and the comfortability of joining those committees and trying to get more involved for people, because I think that it's more of an issue of being able to find where you need to go and what's going on in those places so that you can actually get involved. So that's one effort. And the other effort is to continue to put these boxes of Green Party files that I have from all kinds of time periods in the Green Party and to digitize those and make those available so that it's not just lost to the world if anything happens in my house, or, these file boxes, they can get lost easily. And actually one of them had come from being lost for years. Somebody that I had done door knocking for, I was doing door knocking for the Alex Brower campaign, and somebody handed me a file box at their door of old Green Party documents. So these things, we're lucky that they come back to us, but I'd like to make sure that we can, have our history memorialized, and so that we can actually search what we've done in the past and, know what we've done and so that we can move forward with that history. And I'll pass. Thanks.
Thanks, Barb. Okay, so I'll give a quick communications committee report. So the communications committee has been meeting regularly since January on the third Tuesday of the month. And we're working on getting more content out on our social media channels, including Facebook and Twitter, as well as Instagram, TikTok, and Telegram. And we've also been in contact with the IT committee about making changes to the website, both in its design and content. And some other issues that we're planning to work on soon include creating updated materials, increasing our media outreach capacity, and helping to create an issue survey to gather information from our members. Yeah, so that's just a brief communications committee report. And then let's see. So we heard from Bill about the finances. So unless he wants, I don't think we need to hear a finance committee report. The IT committee. So I think Sam and Melissa are the co-chairs. Melissa, did you want to give a IT committee report?
Yeah, I'll take it, Dave. Thanks. Yes, Sam Chance and I are the co-chairs of the IT committee as of January. We meet on the second Tuesday of the month. And in addition to just maintaining the regular digital and technology related stuff that keeps the party functioning in terms of technology wise, the big thing that we are working on is updating the website and giving it a new look and refreshing the content and making sure everything is current. Oh, sorry, I meant to say we meet on the second Monday of the month. I think I misspoke and said Tuesday, but I mean Monday. Second Monday of the month is when we meet. Anyway, we are working on updating the website. So we're hoping that in the coming months, you will see a new look for the Wisconsin Green Party website when you visit the site. And with that, I will pass.
All right, thanks, Melissa. Okay, so do we have a report from the Platform Policy Committee or the Membership Outreach Committee?
Sam, do you feel like recapping? We've had some good discussions about various issues. I think one of the biggest, just to reflect, one of the biggest outcomes of recent months has been we did decide we wanted to make international statements. So things like Ukraine, and we would like to have a local perspective for those international issues, how they affect us. And we did state that as a committee. And there was a number of, Sam, you want to recap for us past?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, as as Dave kind of alluded to in his co-chair statement, the situation in Ukraine has sort of been a pressing issue. So we decide on whether or not we were going to make a statement of our own, or whether we were going to sign on to some of the statements that have been made by the National Party or the Peace Action Committee of the National Party, which we decided that we would endorse both of those. And we also made a decision related to a proposal that was coming through national related to the COVID pandemic, and how to whether to take a position on that, whether to sign on to the position that the National Party was taking at that time, which we ultimately decided against. Yeah, I would say that that's kind of a summation of some of the topics that we've addressed over the past half year past.
If I remember correctly, Sam, I kind of thought we left it fairly open where we weren't like taking a direct position against the national statement, but we weren't really responding to it because it had a lot of loaded language and issues, and we all just acknowledged that and hoped for better days. I think that's, I mean, in my mind, that's how we left it. So.
Right. No, yeah, we're in agreement. I maybe used vaguer language than I should have. Yeah, we decided against taking a position. We didn't decide to take a contrary position. That's accurate. Pass.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Sam and Joe Nathan. So yeah, since the National Committee came up, I can give a quick National Committee report. And just to let folks know what's been going on. So the National Committee recently passed a resolution to co-sponsor the 2022 Earth Day strike for people, planet, and peace. So obviously that's for Earth Day, April 22nd. And, the state parties also voted to endorse that. So, we'll be working on supporting events on Earth Day. And a vote on the resolution regarding a comprehensive public health response to COVID-19 was canceled. Bill Kreml and Tim Runkle were approved to the Financial Committee. AJ Reed and Diana Brown were approved as delegates to the Federation of the Green Parties of the Americas. And the 2022 budget was adopted. The National Green Party has not been in as good financial position relatively as we are. So I'd encourage people to support the Green Party US if you're not already. As for the membership committee, so the membership committee has been active and meeting regularly, but we don't currently have a chair. I can just give kind of a quick recap of some of our recent discussions and decisions. So the membership committee has been meeting on the fourth Monday of every month since January. And we're working on getting regular membership reports so we know how many dues paying members in good standing we have, so that we can maintain our membership and set goals for growth. We are looking at the channels that we communicate and recruit people through, and how we can make sure that we have good communication on all of those. We've talked about how we can do a drive to recruit members and contact both former members as well as prospective members to try to grow our membership. So if there's anything else that membership committee meetings, okay, yeah, and I see Justin wrote in the chat, membership is actively building right now, trying to focus on recruitment of new members and engagement of existing members. All of these committees are doing good work, and we definitely encourage people to get involved and join, because that's where the real work of the party gets done. So I think that covers all of our committees except for dispute resolution. But I'm not sure that dispute resolution committee has been particularly active recently. So unless there's any more reports from that, then we can move on to chapter reports. Melissa, I know you had a Four Lakes Green Party chapter report. So why don't you take it away, and I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, sure. So the Four Lakes chapter, we meet on the first Wednesday of the month typically, and we've been discussing a few issues locally. Sorry, I'm going to turn my camera on. We've been discussing a few issues locally that affect Madison and Dane County, which is where we're located, and such things as addressing PFAs in the water, the F-35s that are coming to Truax Field, the Dane County Jail expansion, where they have this enormously expensive jail project that now has exceeded budget, and they want to spend even more to keep people incarcerated. And I feel like there's one more thing, but off the top of my head, I can't, it's not coming to my mind. So it's those types of issues. We've been tracking when the county has these meetings, and the county and city, and we've occasionally had a few members go and submit testimony at some of these meetings, or register in favor of or in opposition to some of these issues as appropriate. So we've been pretty active discussing these local issues that are going on in Dane County. Pass.
Thanks, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. Do we have anyone from the Greater Milwaukee Green Party who can give us a quick report?
Mike, why don't you start it out?
I was just reaching for my mute button. Greetings, folks. I haven't exactly prepared one, but Milwaukee continues to keep pushing along. We meet on the first Saturday morning of the month. We've had people active in the March 4th to Earth Day activities happening, and climate strike stuff, and we continue to appear on the Fridays for the Future actions in town. We did not have any candidates in the spring election that we supported. That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
I could add to that.
Please do.
Mike, you should also comment on the work you're doing as a representative on the We Energies municipalization, right? So if you can comment on that. But I just wanted to note that the Greater Milwaukee Green Party has its own dues system. So in addition to us all paying dues to the state organization, we have modest chapter dues, $15 a year. And consequently, we have our own treasury of, I think it's over $1,000, and which gives us some resources we can work with locally. And it's always helpful to have some money. It's useful, and you can do things with it in terms of putting out your own flyers and covering various expenses. I just wanted to note that though we did not have any candidates we endorsed or ran in the most recent elections, we have actively supported one candidate in particular who's run twice now, Alex Brower, who's run jointly as the candidate of the Democratic Socialists and the Greens, and ran very vigorous campaigns that the Greens were actively involved in. Pass.
All right, thanks, Bill and Mike. Great, so, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Bill kindly reminded me. We are also participating in a coalition, the Power to the People Coalition, which is beginning in the very early stages to campaign for municipalization of We Energies and a takeover to create a public power company in Greater Milwaukee. Alex Brower is the spearhead behind that, and along with Milwaukee DSA, and the GMGP decided to endorse the campaign, and I was chosen to be the representative to the Coalition Steering Committee. You'll be hearing more about this in the coming months.
Cool. Thanks, Mike. Bill?
Now we're done.
I just also wanted to note that one of the co-chair positions continues to be vacant for the Greater Milwaukee Greens, but Greg Banks, the chair, has done a wonderful job over the last couple of years keeping us linked up with our natural our political allies on the left in Milwaukee. And it's something that we discuss at every one of our chapter meetings. We have reports on our coalition partners and the groups that we work with. And Greg has kept us focused on that to make sure that we are blocking and aligning with the progressive groups in the community, in the Black and Hispanic communities, and the labor movement and so on. So just wanted to note that. Pass.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I think that gets us through our reports, unless there's anything else that we haven't touched on yet. So we are pretty much right on time. So the next item that we have in our agenda is candidate presentations, Q&A, and endorsement discussion. So I'm not totally sure how many candidates or people who are considering being candidates are here. I know that we have a number of people who are considering running for office, but yeah, it's unclear how many folks have decided that they for sure want to run. So we set aside the space for that discussion, so we can have that discussion, and people can talk about it even if they're not totally decided on running. But yeah, so that's the situation right now. So yeah, I can open it up if there's anyone who would like to lead off, anyone who is planning on being a candidate or thinking about being a candidate, feel free to get on the stack.
Kingfisher stack?
Go ahead.
I'm kicking around the possibilities, thinking about the possibility of candidacy for Ashland County Sheriff or United States Senator, though that is very dependent on my domestic situation, which is changing daily. So I'm just brainstorming and floating ideas. That's where it's at, Pat.
Okay.
not to put anybody on this spot or stack, but Barbara, how's your thoughts of Secretary of State come along? Pass.
I mean, I guess I'll speak to that. So I've been thinking about it for a while. And even having a little one, I was still thinking about it. I think I started processing this idea because when I got married and changed my name, there were some issues at the DMV. And I realized exactly how much they really they treat people like criminals and like guilty, that they're not going to tell you your right name, that you know, you're going to do something to you know, be wily and against the government. And this is one of those states too where we have increased skepticism of people when they go to vote, that you have to present an ID. The Secretary of State deals with that stuff. The Secretary of State is also deals with land use. These are really important things. And even though our Secretary of State is probably the least able to do anything compared to other states, the legislature has taken a lot of power out of the hands of the Secretary of State. The way we use our land, the way that we treat people when they go to vote, the way that we treat people when they go into our public offices to, you know, get things as simple as identification or licensing and things like that. These are major issues that that I can see myself or other Greens really identifying with and being able to support. So that's kind of where I came from. Unfortunately, I don't think that I have it in me to run for Secretary of State this year. So I wanted to hear what other people have to say. And, you know, I think that we have other people who are able to do a really great job on that. So with that, I'll pass. Thanks.
I don't know if I was the only one. When you started to say something about you thought you might not, then the signal all cut out and I couldn't hear anything. Just passed.
I heard almost everything that Barbara said, so I don't think the problem was on her end. But yeah, I will second the fact that having a little baby is a lot of work. So it's very understandable. Oh, it looks like Cheryl has her hand raised. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Yeah, so I didn't want to interrupt anyone, but I agree with the last statement with Barbara. So when I went to vote, I was just so annoyed with the process in my community. So I had to show my ID. My ID picture looks exactly like me, but at the same time, they couldn't find my name. And so I found it for them. It was just like a lot of, I'm not a person who gets annoyed very easily, but I got annoyed that day because they were inefficient in the work that they were doing. So I found my name in the book, showed it to them because they found my husband, but they didn't find me, but we're right next to each other. So automatically that kind of annoyed me because I feel like you should be able to adequately find people's names so they can vote. I mean, that's easy to me. So I took a deep breath and the lady had my ID. She's looking at me. So I found my name and we have another young lady that keep looking at my picture ID and looking at me and looking at my ID and looking at me and looking at my ID and looking at me. And so I said, is there a problem? She said, is this you or your sister? And I said, what? And she said, is this you or your sister? I said, who said I have a sister? How do you know I have a sister? So she said, this doesn't look like you. Tell me your address. And so I had to repeat my address to her 2 times before I was given the ballot. And I was like, oh my God, this is just so ridiculous. And at the end of the process, you all, I'd like for you to know that the lady who took my ballot before she put it in the machine, she looked at my ballot and made a comment about who I chose or didn't choose for our mayor. So I was like, wow, and just walked out. So yeah, so I'm thinking about running. It's a thought because I'm just so annoyed with the process of inadequate things that are happening. People we depend on to get it right within voting. This is just a voting piece I'm talking about. So I'm thinking about running, seriously considering running for Secretary of State. And I pass.
Jake Schneider, Stack.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Yeah, Jake, go ahead.
It's my understanding that Wisconsin Green Party no longer has ballot access. Is that correct?
So we don't currently have ballot status because we didn't get 1% of the vote in the last statewide election, partly because we were thrown off the ballot by the Democrats.
Yes, that's my understanding.
So yeah, so we would need to petition to get on the ballot, and for a statewide office, that is 2,000 ballot signatures.
And that would be true for the 2024 November elections as well, I assume.
Yeah.
And what would be required to get the ballot access back for the November 2022 at this late date?
So to get on the ballot for this November 2022, we would need to petition to get our candidates on the ballot. And again, for statewide office, it's 2,000. For other offices, it's less. And as Barbara points out, well, so then if we get at least 1% of the vote for one of the statewide constitutional offices, governor, attorney general, treasurer, secretary of state, then we get ballot status, meaning that we don't have to petition for a presidential nominee in 2024. But yeah, as Barb points out, most of the other offices are the same, petitioning for everyone. So yeah, so in general, if you want to be run for a statewide office, you need 2,000 ballot signatures. Congress, you need 1,000. State legislature, you need 200 to 400. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. None of that seems very realistic at this late date for the November 22 election.
Dave?
Well, actually, the petitioning period doesn't start until April 15th. So it's April 15th through June 1st.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
so.
Dave?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
It's a technical point, but a real one nonetheless. So if the candidate, if someone runs statewide, they would run in 2022 as an independent candidate, but it would say Wisconsin Green Party on the ballot line. And then when that candidate gets 1% in 2022, then we're covered for the next two elections.
Jake
Okay,
Stack,
thanks, Mike.
Jake Schneider Stack.
Go ahead.
So hypothetical, if I chose to run as an independent governor, let's say governor, you're telling me that on the ballot, the November 2022 ballot, I would be independent / Wisconsin Green Party. Hypothetical.
Mike, do you want to take that one?
Basically, that's true. What would happen is every independent candidate gets, I believe, 7 words to describe their principles, quote unquote. And typically what candidates, what Greens do is they list they use that to write Wisconsin Green Party so that would appear in slightly smaller type than your name, underneath your name.
Thank you.
And technically, if you ran for governor, you'd have to find a running mate for lieutenant governor, because they run as a team.
Okay, so do we have anyone else who wants to talk about 2022 campaigns or ballot access?
I'll be on the stack.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just from reading the room and how we are feeling at this point, I think that it's probably a good idea for those people who are interested in running for an office to refer to the elections committee, and then bring that information back to the whole party. So everybody is aware when we work on nominating people for a statewide office. These offices are usually voted on by, or agreed on in consensus by the party membership at a meeting like this. Often it's a lot easier when we're in person and people kind of get to talk it out individually with other people in the room and then kind of make a decision from there. But if we're not there yet, obviously it's not okay to just push somebody into like running for office and not really hearing everybody else, or you know, all of those issues. So what we can do is we can have candidates fill out questionnaires and bring those to the elections committee, and the elections committee can review that and send a ballot out to the entire membership. Or we could continue on and just kind of try and get candidates here and decide as a group today. Pass.
Yeah, thanks, Barb. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, we do want to keep moving forward because, you know, as I mentioned, the petitioning period starts April 15th, which is next Friday. And then we only have about 6 weeks to get the signatures that we need. And, you know, as we all know, you know, for example, in 2018, you know, it can start feeling like winter and, you know, you can end with 100-degree heat wave. So, you know, the 6 weeks goes by pretty fast. That said, you know, it's doable, and you know, we've been able to do it before, and you know, we have people and we have resources. There's a question: are there restrictions for the signatures needed for a petition for signatures? For example, do all signatures have to be from registered Wisconsin residents? Yeah. So the signatures need to be from people who are registered to vote in Wisconsin. And depending on what office you're running for, they have to be from people who are in your district. So if you're running statewide, they can be from any registered Wisconsin voter. If you are running for a state legislature district, then the signatures have to be from people who are registered to vote in your district. But other than that, it is pretty wide open. Just, any registered voter can sign. Yeah, so I agree with Barb that, if we want people to fill out our questionnaire and be in touch with our elections committee, and then our elections committee can talk more with prospective candidates, and then we can send out ballots to our membership in order to vote on endorsements, and we'd like to get the whole process done in roughly the next week so that we can get petitions ready and start recruiting petitioners and make sure that we get the signatures to get any and all candidates on the ballot. That is, any and all endorsed candidates on the ballot, I should say. We still have to go through the endorsement process and respect our democracy and the votes of our membership. Okay, and Barbara has a correction. Signatures have to be from people who are eligible to vote, not registered, so long as they live in the district. Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, great. So, yeah, does anyone else have thoughts on this?
Stack.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many names, how many signatures do you need on the petition?
So for a statewide office, you need 2,000 valid signatures. And, for other offices, the amount varies. For example, for Congress, for U.S. House of Representatives, it's 1,000. For state Senate, you need at least 400. For Assembly, you need at least 200.
Okay, thanks. I have one other question.
Sure.
What constitutes a valid signature?
So
On a
the signatures
petition.
go. Yeah. So when the petitions are complete, you submit them to the Wisconsin Elections Commission, and they then review the signatures to make sure that all the information that they need is there, which is basically the signature, name, and address. And they check to make sure that those people actually are eligible to vote in Wisconsin, and that all the information is correct. So we've had a pretty high rate of validation, but yeah, it's very rare that all of the signatures are accepted. So if you just submitted 2,000 signatures, then it's very likely that some of them would be crossed out. And then also people can challenge your signatures, and so like what happened in 2020, lawyers, or in theory regular people, but it's usually lawyers, go in and look at your petitions and say, hey, we want to challenge all these signatures for whatever reason. Like, oh, I can't read this name, or this person, maybe they don't live in the state. So people, they can submit challenges and try to throw out more of your signatures. So like in 2020, they threw out a lot of our signatures because our vice presidential candidate moved during the petitioning process, and they said, oh, she has a different address on some of these forms, so we want to throw out those signatures. And we had told the Wisconsin Elections Commission that she moved, but the Democrats on the commission pretended that they never heard that, and they said, well, how can we know that? Why would a person have two different addresses in the same town? So, you know, there is that, but in general, you know, we've usually been able to get a pretty high validation rate. But you do have to be careful because sometimes people can try to throw out your signatures.
Okay, thank you. That was very clear. Pass.
Yeah. Thanks for the question. Okay. So, oh, okay, Laura, I see you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't find the mute button. Okay, so I see that Barbara put in there statewide constitutional race, and that means we wouldn't have to petition for our statewide office. So does that mean that if you run for something like US Senator or a US position where it's nationwide and you get enough signatures nationwide that you then nobody else has to? Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like part of her message got cut off there. So for a federal office, it's the same rules basically. You know, you need to gather signatures from eligible voters in Wisconsin. I believe for senator, you need 2,000, and for U.S. House of Representatives, you need 1,000. And yeah, so they do have to all be from within Wisconsin. Yeah, what Barbara's full message was supposed to be is we wouldn't have to petition for president in 2024 if we get at least 1% of the vote this year for a state constitutional office. So
Okay.
if we got at least 1% for either governor or attorney general or treasurer or secretary of state, then we would get that ballot status, which would mean we don't have to petition for president in 2024.
And so just for example, if I was or somebody else was to run for a state office, then is it just like, does everybody in the Green Party, you know, get behind that person and try to get signatures for that? Or is it like the person who's running is really going to be the person who takes that responsibility on?
I can take that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, in the past, once we've vetted a candidate and they're going to be a green candidate, it's really been all hands on deck. We've all done lots and lots of petitioning for the person. We really want to have people who will petition for themselves too, so it's not just everybody else, because it would be your campaign. And we want to respect that, you know, the person who's running the campaign, they might want to have it run certain ways. They might want to do certain things. And we would all get behind that campaign and help out. But ultimately, you know, we want you to have some autonomy over it as well. Pass.
Right. Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions at the moment. Oh, wait, I do have one. So you mentioned vetting. So is there anywhere on your site that talks about what your vetting process is, how you go through all of that? Or is that something that you find out once you've submitted your name? Pass.
Yeah, that's a good question. So it starts with our candidate questionnaire. So we want to find out some kind of basic things. For example, you know, why do you want to run, and why this position that you've chosen. What do you have any political experience or activist experience, or just kind of community involvement, and also what are your positions, what are your values, do they align with the Wisconsin Green Party? Is there anything in the Green Party platform that you don't agree with? And we want to know up front of how much people align with the positions that we're putting out. And we also want to know, okay, is there anything that you would want people to know? Because when you run for office, sometimes people start looking into your background and say, oh, they moved from a different state, or whatever. There could be stuff that people will try to turn into a scandal or whatever. And we want to just have a conversation about those sort of things, and figure out, okay, are you comfortable kind of being a candidate and putting yourself somewhat into the public eye? Yeah, and some people say, oh, I was once arrested for buying marijuana or something like that, and that's fine with us. Anyway, so yeah, and then there's just kind of a conversation with the elections committee, and we want to decide, okay, does does kind of everything add up here, and is this person a good candidate? Sometimes we get people who contact us who don't really know much about the Green Party and don't really align with us, but they just say, are like, oh, I'm I like the environment like you guys, and well, we want to make sure it's a good match. So does anyone else have anything to say about it?
Jake Schneider's back.
Go ahead.
One of my pet peeves at the moment is U.S. Senator Ron Johnson. And again, hypothetically speaking, he's up for re-election in November 22, my understanding, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. And he is one of the most irritating people I've ever met or heard from in the U.S. Senate. Is there anybody that's even remotely interested in running against him, either as an independent / Wisconsin Green Party, or just an independent? I would like to hear about it soon. Thank you. Pass.
Kingfisher Stack. Yeah, I stated I am considering running for United States Senator or Ashland County Sheriff. Practicality, sure. How do we break in there to the fortress of the vampires? We can talk. Pass.
Yeah, Mike says, we also will not ask you how you plan to raise millions of dollars for your campaign. That's true. But we do ask candidates, if they'll pledge to not take any corporate money. That's, like a key principle of the Green Party. Barbara, go ahead.
I'd just like to kind of expand on the vetting process. We really realize that if people are running as Greens, that they're already pledging up front that they're not going to be corporate candidates, that they're going to run with our party. Most of the time, we realize that people are very honest about that people are, with us. There's very few cases that we've seen where we've had to just flat out reject somebody. And like, I have a past not only with this Green Party, but with the Illinois Green Party. And anybody can kind of just run on a ballot line. You can't like tell the government that somebody is not one of your people and that they cannot run on that ballot line. it just isn't the case. But there are people who consider themselves Nazi Greens and like these really fringe kind of people out there who've tried to take our ballot line in the past and pass it off as their own, it's really far right wing sorts of things that have nothing to do with the Green Party and just putting themselves in our ballot line. So, we try and protect that by vetting candidates and saying to the public, these are the people who are our candidates versus these crazy people over here who, they actually, some of them have swastikas, and it's real legitimate like Nazi people who come and try and have tried to take our ballot line in the past. So obviously there's like, it's not a fine line, or, we're not splitting hairs. When we choose not to endorse somebody or choose to endorse somebody, it's either because, they're not really serious about being a candidate, and in which case it's really hard to support somebody who doesn't have a candidacy going, or that they're like trying to maliciously take our ballot line or something like that. There's really not a whole lot of in between where we're just like splitting hairs and like, is this person green enough, or, these sorts of conversations. For the most part, we just put the questionnaire on our website. We say that these are the reasons why this person is a good fit for the Green Party. Just about everybody who runs with us tends to already be a member of the Green Party. And if they're not, they sign up to be a member of the Green Party. So it's not like we have these, a whole lot of outsiders that are not green at all, have nothing in common with us, or people who are just not actually going to run a race. It's not like we're going to be doing a whole lot of work to, try and vet people who are just not even a good match with us at all. Most of the people that we interact with are very honest, good actors. They're people who really believe in our values. And we understand that if you're going to run as a Green, you're probably going to get some, some bad talk from Democrats, bad talk from the media on how, you're stealing elections or whatever, that you shouldn't exist on a ballot. And that's really tough in itself. So if people are putting their neck out there, we're not going to, just brush them off or, make the process incredibly difficult for regular people, because we want regular people running for office. So we want to make sure that people have the availability, the available resources from us to do that. So I hope that helps a little bit, Pass.
Yeah, thanks, Barb. I put myself on stack because I just wanted to clarify that Nazi Greens are not a thing. But I think what Barb is referring to is, an incident in Illinois once where there was like this Nazi guy who, the Green Party had gotten a ballot line. So it was like easy, it was easier to get on the ballot if you had a political party. So he just said, oh, okay, I'll run for office and I'll be on the Green Party line. And, it really varies from state to state, but sometimes when people do that, there's a limited number of things, like you can't really do anything about it except go to the media and say, hey, this person isn't a Green. And, we've had stuff like that happen in other states, but, usually not quite as egregious. But okay, so Joe Nathan, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to add in, it's been a personal point of my co-chair time. We are not allowing and advocating for sustainable colonialism. As we get climate migrants and political migrants headed our way into the Green Party, it is important to do land acknowledgements and go to some root of injustice in Americas. And so sustainable colonialism is out in the Green Party. Thank you. Pass.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so okay, so it's now almost 11:40. And yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, we had a lot of time for candidate discussion, a little bit of time as well for ballot access discussion. You know, so if anyone has anything else to say about campaigns, then please get on the stack. But we can also, you know, we've already been talking about ballot access, so we can just talk about it briefly. And, you know, one of our main goals this year is trying to get ballot status back. And, you know, as we've already discussed, if we have a candidate for a statewide office, well, one of the statewide constitutional offices, and then we can get them on the ballot and then get at least 1% of the vote for them, then, you know, as mentioned, in 2024, then we won't have to petition to get our presidential candidate and, you know, also any U.S. Senate candidate on the ballot. And that's, you know, especially important because in presidential years, that's usually when sort of Greens all across the country are very busy with petitioning, trying to get ballot status, and also when our detractors, and, you know, particularly the DNC, are out in full force with their lawyers and their operatives trying to block the Green Party from getting on the ballot and throw us off the ballot and things like that. So if we're able to get that ballot status, then that would be a, you know, a win for the Green Party, not just in Wisconsin, but nationally, because it means like one more state where we're on the ballot and one less state where we have to put our resources in 2024 for, you know, national candidates. So, yeah, you know, we've kind of been over some of the basics of, you know, petitioning, what the requirements are. And, you know, it lasts from mid-April to the beginning of June. So we have about 6 weeks to get 2,000 ballot signatures, or however many we need for, you know, the campaigns that we're running for. And it's very doable, but that doesn't mean that it's easy. You know, we have to all get out there and help. You know, we need to fundraise, because a lot of times we pay people to petition, because, you know, petitioning is hard work, and, you know, we like to pay people for doing work, and we, you know, we like to pay people for work that is building the movement. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything more to say about it. I mean, we need to endorse candidates and before we can start petitioning, but I hope that people will, you know, be paying close attention in the next week, and, you know, we'll vote on candidate endorsements, and also that everyone will help us to get on the ballot. Does anyone else have anything to say about petitioning? So I think we covered the ground pretty well.
Tom Stack.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there is a link that we should be updating on petitioning, and I'll it's got the, you know, 2021 information on it now, but, you know, people should bookmark it, and I'll put it in the chat. Pass.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Okay, so, all right, so we're actually ahead of schedule now. We had planned to take a lunch break at noon. It's now 11:45, and then, we were planning to reconvene at 12:45. So I'm going to propose actually that we take our lunch break now and then reconvene at 12:30 to start our group discussion, and that way we'll have plenty of time for the group discussion, in case we want to go a little longer than what we originally put down. So I'll put that proposal out that we just basically move the break up 15 minutes, and again take a break from now, come back at 12:30. Does that sound okay to everyone? Does anyone have concerns about that?
Thanks, everybody. Have a great lunch.
All right, great. Thanks, everyone. See you at 12:30.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone's still around, I wasn't able to find a link to the candidate questionnaire. I don't know if we have one on the website. We may not. I'm not. I know we have it in a Google Doc.
I don't think that we have it up on the website.
Yeah, that I did a site search, and okay, so it's in. I found the Google Doc anyway.
Will you be sharing the Google Doc?
Yeah, that's up to the election committee,
Okay, thank you.
But I think it's not like we're trying to keep it secret. So you've got my name if you want. Individually, I can share it with you. I just don't want to step on the election chairs.
Yeah, I imagine that it's probably not going to be an issue, but probably best to be careful, I suppose. All right, I'm going to go for lunch though. Oh, I should say that, if anybody's around, they can feel free to, converse. I'm going to pause the recording of the meeting, so it won't be on the record.
Okay, it's 12:30. So this was the agreed upon time to get started again. So welcome back, everyone.
This meeting is being recorded.
Welcome back. Sure more people will join us as they finish their lunch. And yeah, so next up we wanted to have a group discussion and really just open it up to our membership. Talk about what would you like the Green Party to do? How can we make our party and our activism more effective? What sort of goals should we set? So we can think about sort of what we've talked about so far today in terms of what our committees have been working on, our goals for the year, and just kind of open it up to whatever's on your mind. So if you have thoughts, then feel free to get on the stack. Again, just put the word stack into the chat, and then we'll call on you in the order that we see you, and we'll try to make sure that we can hear from everyone as well. All right, so again, we just wanted to have kind of an open discussion and talk about, what can the Green Party work on? I mean, one thing that came up before is the Earth Day strike. That's something that has been endorsed by the Wisconsin Green Party and the Green Party US. And Earth Day is coming up on April 22nd. And that's important to really send a message on Earth Day that we need climate action now. And the climate isn't the only environmental issue that we're facing, but it's probably the biggest. The two biggest threats that we face right now are climate change and the threat of nuclear war. And they both feel pretty scary right now, to be honest. And it's one would mean a lot of terrible destruction very quickly, and the other would mean kind of slow motion breakdown of human civilization. But there's other issues that we're facing too. Just for example, in Wisconsin, the PFAS is a big issue. This chemical pollution. It's so often the case that some new chemical or technology is discovered, and then we just go wild with it. No regulations, just produce as much as you want, dump it in the lakes, dump it in the rivers, and then years later we discover, okay, that's giving people cancer. And in the case of PFAS, it never breaks down. So yeah, go ahead, Jake.
First of all, I wanted to compliment you on your opening statements when we first started the meeting. Everything you said, I would 0.999% agree with. But I also have to say the same thing was said in the Nader Leduc campaign of 2000, which in my opinion was the best Green Party campaign nationally and statewide that we have ever ran. If we could even get close to that campaign, the Nader Leduc campaign, and I know what Jill Stein's done, and Pat LaMarche and David Cobb and all that. But our what's the word? level should be the Nader Leduc campaign of 2000. I still have boxes full of that material. And I don't know how many people on this call today, in this meeting today, were part of that campaign, but I sure would like to hear from them. And then the other question I had for Barbara was, she said she had received boxes, archives, and historical previous documents. I would be very curious as to what was in those boxes, and kind of a list, like an inventory of what is available in terms of our previous history. Be very interesting to me. Pass.
Kingfisher stack.
Go ahead.
Those boxes I have had a keen interest in for some time. There were 3 people holding boxes: Bruce, I believe Curtis, and Barbara. And last I was aware, one or both of those collections went to Barbara. So I have long thought that historical documentation from the Wisconsin Green Party and an analysis leading to a published handbook would be great. Pass.
Barb, do you want to say anything about the boxes of historic Green Party materials that you have? I also have come into stewardship of some old Green Party materials, both from the Four Lakes Green Party and from the State Party. So if we had someone who was really interested in kind of going through some of that historic archive, and even, one thing that could be done is like a digital archive. Just basically take photos of all of these old documents and, create PDFs and, share it digitally. So that way, we won't have to, have boxes passed around that people are, taking care of and that could get lost. So, that's a possible project for anyone who's interested. So, getting back to the Earth Day strike for a second, I'm just wondering if people are interested in, helping to organize events for Earth Day. And I know, in some places there already are actions that are being planned that, we could potentially join people in coalition, or in other places, we could try to start something up and, just look for sort of local organizations and activists who might want to get involved. And, that can be a good way to, just start networking with people in your local area. It's, it's not like we have a whole lot of time to organize, but it doesn't necessarily take a lot of time just to put together, kind of a demonstration. Laura, I see your hand up.
So I don't know how much preparation you guys are looking at for the Earth Day thing, but I'm curious what sorts of exposure do you guys participate in? Like, I keep thinking in such as my local area, in June, you know, Oconto County and Oconto have their Copperfest, and they have a parade. And, you know, so does the Green Party participate in those kinds of things where, you know, if there's a craft fair or a vendor fair or even the county fair where you're getting, you know, those booths or those, you know, a car with your sign on, that type of stuff, do the local chapters or, you know, the Wisconsin Green Party really, you know, try to participate in those things? Pass.
Kingfisher Stack.
Go ahead.
I think any advocacy and any positive or poignant or skillful messaging that any of us as advocates of the Green Party can and do is the total encouragement. So in the name of state, local, international, we've encouraged really getting out there and representing. As far as that's my input. Thanks. Pass.
Okay. It's like Barb and Mike are on the stack. Go ahead, Barb. Barb, are you muted?
Oh, thanks, Dave. Just to answer Laura's question, we used to be out in the community a lot more before COVID, where we participated in the Labor Day events here in Milwaukee. Pretty much our locals do a lot of this organizing in their specific communities. Sometimes we have helped with other communities that don't have a Green Party, like Milwaukee has gone down to Kenosha and Racine to help out with events sometimes. I think that the Four Lakes Greens have done similar organizing to help other people get off the ground, or, you know, have been working to help other people in their communities get organized too. So we can definitely help each other with those things if there isn't a local Green Party. But the locals have been very active in the past to be part of Juneteenth, be part of Labor Day, be part of all of the strikes that happen. There was a huge, not Earth Day strike. It was in the fall, but I think it was originally organized by Fridays for the Future. We were participating in that heavily. In fact, our candidate Alex Brower got arrested doing a sit-in in a bank. So we've been very active. People know who we are in our communities. The climate strike, thank you for the language there. It's just that since COVID happened, pretty much a lot of what we have participated in, at least at the state level and many of our locals, is that a lot of it has just moved online. And I think that we need to resolve to, you know, have more tabling and in-person things for those people who are comfortable in joining those actions. Because that is really how we have traditionally built the party. And I think that the pandemic has really been hard on us as Greens here locally and all across the country, because it is really important to have that in-person communication. As much as Zoom is nice so we can actually see each other's faces, people really, you know, have those deep connections with other activists in person. So I would really like to see that happen pretty soon again. Pass.
Okay, Mike.
I will echo a lot of what Barbara just said. We, as the Green Party, we often talk about ourselves as the party of social movements. And so we always try and be involved in the political life of the city, of the communities in which we live. On a statewide basis, I want to call folks' attention to the Midwest Renewable Energy Fair that we have traditionally been part of for years and years. It's a great place for to reach out to folks, and I don't know if that continues to as in the wake of the pandemic. I don't know what the status of that is, but I continue to hope that stuff like that continues to happen. We were not as involved in the Black Lives Matter demonstrations of 2019 and 2020, but that's something that we need to work on more in the course of time. But if we intend to be the party of social movements, we have to stand with them. Pass.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, I would, also add that, we here in Four Lakes, we've recently been, active in the peace movement, and, from the very beginning of, even before the war started, when the rhetoric started ramping up, we joined together with some local groups, such as people from DSA, people from the local Stop the F-35s coalition, other leftist groups, and we put together anti-war rallies, and we figured, okay, this is an important issue, and we know that the Democrats and Republicans are not going to hold an anti-war rally, so we should take leadership on it. And we actually happened to organize something at the same exact time as some other local activists who were involved with the No F-35s coalition. So we ended up joining forces with them, and and kind of just organically found coalition partners. And we got some good coverage on the local radio station. So that sort of thing, I think can be powerful because, and people who came to the rally were like, yeah, way to go, Green Party. Because they know, again, Democrats, Republicans don't stand with them. They're going to vote for more weapons and more. I mean, can we just point out how ridiculous it is? They're talking about a military budget over $800 billion, and that doesn't even include a lot of things like nuclear weapons, which are under the Energy Department. So if you add everything up, you spend over $1 trillion on war, basically. And that's the sort of investment that we need in climate action to actually save the whole planet, or to save humans from no longer being able to live on the planet. But for climate, we get nothing but lip service, and more fossil fuels, and now the Democrats are talking about, let's lower taxes on gas so that people can burn more gas. So there are all these issues that they're not going to lead on, and they may pay some lip service, especially when they're not in power, but we've seen what they do when they're in power. So I think more and more people aren't buying the lip service. And we need to show up and be a part of these coalitions, so that people can see, okay, there is a party that really stands with us. And that's how we'll be able to attract more candidates and more members. Someone just joined with an iPhone. Can you try to change your name so that we know who you are? Anyone else want to get on stack? Barbara, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Dave, that the lip service, well, first of all, the military budget's ridiculous. And that all we get is lip service. I would argue that we get lip service on a ton of issues from both the Democrats and Republicans. Like, a lot of people come here because they feel left out of the Democratic Party. But I think people will come here from the Republican Party too. People who are, anti-war, people who were promised that, their personal rights matter, that a lot of people who, come from Republican families too, like their parents and grandparents voted Republican, just like people's parents and grandparents voted Democrat. And they're coming here because, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, they don't care about peace, but they also don't care about, people just being able to live decent lives, people being able to have any health care, people being able to have any, just being able to have a job and live, very basic things in life. Both parties promise these things and neither one of them is interested in following through at all, that it's all completely lip service. And so I think that we have like a large rural area in Wisconsin where we have a lot of people who are very tied to the land, that they're agricultural, that they fish, they're very tied to being able to do these things. And if there's climate change, if there's these disastrous things going on with PFAS in the water and all of these terrible environmental issues, that impacts these people as well. A lot of the times we're drawn into this two-party debate where the Republicans don't believe in climate change and the Democrats are doing everything that they can for it, except for that the Republicans are blocking them. And here, if you're here, then you already know that that's not true, that the Republicans just don't care, that the Democrats just don't care. And all of us are left to figure it out for ourselves. And that's just not going to do for anybody. It's not going to do for people who have traditionally voted for Republicans or for Democrats. And so I really don't see like a lot of the people who are on our level financially, that regular people across Wisconsin, we're all looking at these people and seeing that they pretty much are two sides of the same coin, and we need something different and new. So I totally agree that, the opportunity is there. And I think that Wisconsinites are ready to go green if we're out there for it. Pass.
Yeah, Melissa has a great point. There's always a blank check for the military, but for social safety net programs, the rhetoric is always who's going to pay for it. Yeah, what I found super ridiculous was during the debates between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, and Biden was saying, oh, Bernie wants Medicare for all, but he still won't tell you how he's going to pay for it. And Bernie didn't say anything to that. And, when I heard that, I was like practically shouting at him, like, it's going to cost less. Like, it's going to cost a lot less than we pay for healthcare now. If we had, single payer healthcare. But, yeah, it's like on one thing after another. For healthcare, for housing, it's always, well, how are you going to pay for that? We don't have enough money. But if it's just for bombs that literally, it's like you spend billions of dollars on them and then they just blow up, that's an endless source of profit, because you just blow them up and then have to buy new ones. So yeah, it's really messed up. So Melissa's on stack. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dave, I was just going to add, I mean, I agree with everything that you pointed out as well, but, also that the US military is like one of the biggest contributors to like climate change and pollution as well. So it's not only that we're shoveling them endless amounts of money with no questions asked, they're one of the most destructive factors to the environmental issues. And so it's like it's harmful and just all around pass.
Jake Schneider's back.
Go ahead.
2 comments to Barbara, Republican Party. If you look at the history, the origins, and the founding of the Republican Party, born out of Ripon, Wisconsin, back in the day, the Greens are not so different from that crowd of that era. The Republicans today should be ashamed to even call themselves, to even try to relate to that birth. Republican Party out of Ripon, Wisconsin. The other comment is you talked about the rural communities, Barbara. I don't know if you've ever read the book, Politics of Resentment, by Kathleen Kramer of the UW, Wisconsin, published in 20 about the rise of Scott Walker. If you ever want to know how rural Wisconsin feels about, things, you need to get your hands on that book and read it. It's one of the best books ever in terms of analyzing what the rural consciousness has been in the past and with regards to the rise of Scott Walker. I pass. I'm done.
Tom, go ahead.
So I'm in favor of a single payer healthcare, and I think it'd be potentially a lot more efficient. So Medicare for all, but I think the elephant in the room, from my point of view, I'm quoting from somebody that I believe is correct, that in December of 2020, medical practice as we know it ended, and it's been co-opted by corporations. Doctors are no longer allowed to practice medicine as they had, say, 10 years ago. I mean, it's a gradual process, but big pharma is criminal and fraudulent and way too powerful. If we don't get big pharma under control, Medicare for all that's not gonna do it. We got to reform the healthcare system. So they have so much money. It's a huge challenge. So I know this is a controversial issue, but it's very important. It's very important to me, and I think it's important to all of us. Pass.
Okay, yeah. On the Medicare for all issue, I know that some people have, take issue with the use of the word Medicare because the current Medicare program has its problems. And, that's why a lot of Greens say, improved Medicare for all, to get the point across that we don't just want to expand the current program to more people, but we want to improve it as well. And also, more and more Greens are talking about how single payer health insurance or Medicare for all is not enough, because even, it would be an improvement over the current insurance scheme, which I just have to say, I mean, private health insurance is a completely parasitic industry. Produces nothing of value. The business model of the health insurance industry is just to deny people health care for profit. So it really is, when you kind of break it down, it's pretty obscene that they're making these huge profits off a, not only providing nothing of value, but providing negative value to society. I mean, any value that those corporations might have once had is long gone. I mean, other countries have shown. But anyway, that's a little aside. As for, a lot of Greens now saying that, okay, if we have single payer health insurance, then these, private, private health providers and pharmaceutical companies would basically be able to profiteer off of that. They would just be making their profits off of the government, as opposed to taking profits from, this private health insurance boondoggle. And I think it's a very valid point. So basically, what Howie Hawkins ran on was nationalize the health system, create a national health system like they have in the UK, like they have in France, some of the best systems in the world. And, I think we should talk about that because, there are legitimate concerns with big pharma and its political power. I mean, there have been for years, well before any current controversies. So regarding the, I think what Jake brought up about the Republican Party, to me, it just really brings home how, the two-party system and the plurality take all, first past the post elections are systemically flawed. And it doesn't matter, like you can have a, like the Republican Party in the 19th century started out very progressive. It was the anti-slavery party. They were pro-workers' rights. And after they took power, and Lincoln was assassinated, and, they pretty quickly were co-opted and sold out to big business. It didn't take very long at all. And, eventually, as we saw, they became sort of the more conservative party, and, now it's totally unrecognizable from what it started as. And, that sort of co-optation is basically inevitable in a two-party system. I mean, if there are only two parties with a stranglehold on power, it's so easy for the elites to control them. And, that's why I think we really need to emphasize proportional representation and ranked choice voting. And, I just say now proportional ranked choice voting. We need multi-member districts with ranked choice voting, so that, you'll have congressional districts that elect 3 or 5 members of Congress, and everyone will be represented, not just, whoever happens to stack up more votes than the other people who even bother to go out and vote. I mean, the concepts may sound complicated, but they're used successfully all around the world. And, in other countries, you have 80% voter turnout or even higher because people's votes actually count. So yeah, I think, when you really get down to it, the problem isn't even with the Republican or Democratic parties, because as terrible as they are, they're just products of the system, but it's a system that we could easily change if we just built a movement. All right, I'll pass with that. Yeah, go ahead.
So in my metaphors, feeding one's own self, being able to feed one's own self is kicking the window out of the back of the hijacked plane. And if you can get out yourself, do it as much as possible at this point. And for us that, most of us can't. I run a farm. I'm still bringing in materials and food. Well, the electability question, can we get into the hijacked pilot? Can anybody fly a plane on this hijack? We've got to think about making a real difference, and electability is that terminology and literal. Literally, can you feed yourself? That's getting off this hijacked ride. So think long and hard about your own situations, and it's time for creative genius to get us in an executive takeover of this runaway system. So break, pass.
Yeah, so I like this comment from Sam. People who need to impoverish themselves to seek healthcare are people who are unable to effectively participate in the political process. It's just another way to exclude working people from politics. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, and we see a lot of that. People are so busy just trying to survive economically that they aren't able to pay attention to politics, much less participate in it. Yeah, Barbara, go ahead.
Yeah, since Cheryl shared her election story earlier, I have one of my own from this last election. My ward has not changed. I live in the same house that I've lived in for the last 3 years. And yet, for some reason, my polling place keeps changing. So I walked to my polling place, the one that I had last time, and I had gotten a notice that my polling place had changed. And so I'd put that one on the fridge, but apparently that was the one previous to when it had changed. So I had gone to the wrong polling place, and I had to walk another, 30, 40 blocks to get to the correct polling place. So, if I was working and didn't have all day to walk around the city, and I didn't have a car, how could I have voted if my polling place keeps changing? There's really no reason for it. But that's another trick in the book that they're doing all the time to make sure that people just don't even vote. And this is just a tiny little local election too. So I see Mike saying this time blame redistricting. But like it doesn't matter. The wards are the same. People live in the same houses. The locations are always the same. We all have the same schools that are in the same places every year. There should be no reason that the same people can't go and vote in the same places, not even if there is a redistricting issue. So, it's just a constant battle to try and combat all of these little tricks. that I really like what Dave is saying, that it's really more about system change from a larger perspective than trying to take these little battles here and there. That like maybe I can get my polling place to not change in the next year, but does it really matter if it's going to change in 2 years? So with that, I pass.
Yeah, there's some really good discussion about health insurance going on in the chat, so I just wanted to shout that out. Laura said, most people do not understand insurance even when they have to select their employer-sponsored healthcare plans. There was an online calculator where someone could go in and enter what is deducted from their paycheck, put in what their annual deductible is and what coinsurance or copays are out of pocket, so that it calculates what their annual cost of private insurance versus Medicare for all system. That would start to help open the eyes of people who don't understand. And Sam said, I've worked in health benefits for years. The system is set up in such a way as to be opaque to folks who aren't involved in the industry. If you don't understand the means of your oppression, you can never overcome it. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, even, conservatives I've seen saying, well, healthcare, supposedly, we say, okay, the free market is most efficient, but there's no free market in healthcare. I mean, first of all, if you get hit by a car, you're not going to go shop around for which hospital to go to. And, you can extend that to like almost any health problem that you have. And there's, they never tell you what the costs are. And, so some conservatives think, okay, the way to solve the problem is to have more publicity around the costs, which just seems totally ridiculous, because if you've ever tried to like get a straight answer about what something's going to cost you from like your insurance company, it can take quite a long time to get an answer. And then a lot of times just a guess. Like, oh yeah, that's probably covered and you might pay this. And Laura, I see your hands up. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to, just comment that even private insurance companies understand the benefit of putting large groups of people under the same umbrella, because if they didn't, they would have never started implementing a system where they could market to small businesses, where multiple small businesses could say, this is the kind of employees I have, and I want pregnancy or not pregnancy, or maternity or not maternity. And then they could group those small businesses under a plan with other small businesses that had similar requests and make that cost go down. So they would market it as a less expensive thing, but all they were doing was putting more people under a big umbrella instead of charging for a single umbrella for that small business. And the people in this country do not have clarity on the kinds of things that are done in the background. And when I stopped working as a claims processor for a seriously horrible reason that it changed my whole mind. Like I swore I could not work in this industry anymore. A person called in and they were sobbing, and he was in stage 4 cancer. And this was somebody who was never made aware that his insurance, or that his medical bills were not being covered by his insurance, because the company that I worked for had implemented 2 software programs. And so when the claim comes in the mail and the mail processing team sticks it through and scans it, the first insurance the first software program would check to see if the diagnosis code matched the procedure code. And if it did, it went to the next one. And if it didn't, it got kicked out, and nobody ever knew that it got kicked out and wasn't going to get processed. Nobody tried to make the call to get it fixed. Nobody let anybody at the patient know. And so then it got to the second software program, and that would look at the quantity of the service. So this particular gentleman was getting chemotherapy, and this software program had determined that he was getting too many treatments. So it started to kick his claims out and didn't again let him know. And by the time he found out that his doctor's office could no longer, give him this treatment because they weren't getting reimbursed from the insurance company, he was already at a point where he was in debt to his family. He was paying full payment for COBRA coverage, and nothing went his way. And when that call came in, I was like, I can't do this anymore. So I spent every single job whenever it was the annual time to get people to pick their insurances. I would let people know, hey, I used to work in this industry. If you have questions, let me know. And I literally spent my time telling people in every company that I worked with, how you pick, how you decide, what things mean. So many people don't even know what coinsurance is, or copays that could be different depending on if it's medical or prescription drug. And they don't know that there are things that if your plan says that you're going to pay $60 for a name brand, that you have the right to ask if there's a generic. There's so much not misinformation, but uninformed people that a calculator, people hear Medicare for all, and so I'm going to get treated like these old people who are on Medicare and don't, they have to wait and it's very limited, but they're not thinking about it because they're so uninformed about what they currently have. And that's why I think some sort of calculator, if I go in and I put in that my health insurance costs me $468 per pay period, and I multiply that times 24 because I get paid 2 times a month, I already know what my base amount is. So anything less than that is going to be beneficial. Then you add on top of that I have a $6,500 deductible. And then you add on top of that I still also have a 20% coinsurance that I have to pay over and above my $6,500. So there is a total out of pocket. In the first step in getting people to change their minds on this and vote the way we want people to start thinking is to start educating. And you can't educate if all you do is throw something at them and they don't understand it. You have to explain it in terms that they can understand. Pass.
Yeah, thank you. Tom, go ahead.
Does anyone want to comment on, I'm sorry, the last speaker seemed to have a lot of good points. I don't want to interrupt because I wanted to go to a different point.
Wonderful expertise. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It seems like we could learn from all your knowledge. So thank you. But so my different point, I just want to make you aware. I was trying to pick an example. Dr. Pierre Corey, he's from New York. He grew up in New York State, but he was hired by one of the Wisconsin hospitals to be a director head of a team. And he started dealing with SARS-CoV-2 patients, COVID and so forth, very early on. And he's probably in his 40s or 50s. Long story short, when I talk about big pharma having tremendous power, I'm talking about mainstream doctors, thousands of mainstream doctors that have been prevented from doing their normal job because of this emphasis on the double-blind controlled study. If something doesn't have a double-blind placebo study, then the particular drug or treatment cannot be used. And the sad thing is, it is all tied into Medicare policies with all these codes. They've got now tens of thousands, I think, of these codes for each condition. It's gotten so over tailorized that doctors, are handicapped by this system. They're not allowed to. It's an art. They can't. They've got to rely on their experience, and they've got to have some flexibility to do their work. So this Pierre Corey was fired, and or actually he resigned. He resigned because he knew he could save lives, and he was prevented from saving lives, and he was directing other people underneath him. And so this is the power of big money and big pharma. So what I want to alert you to is there is a movement going on, and the movement is by mainstream doctors to form a parallel medical system, because the current medical system is not working. It's broken. And they're going to form some sort of private system, because that's all they know how to do. Or at least that it's all in the beginning stages, but it's actually a thing. So that's it. Pass.
Okay, so just to kind of get back to some of the original prompts for the discussion that we talked about. And does anything that we've been talking about, do people have any ideas for, how the Green Party could get more involved in any of these issues? And it seems like healthcare is a big one right now. And, as I mentioned earlier, just with rising costs of living, healthcare costs, housing costs skyrocketing, inflation, price of food going up, price of transportation going up. I see Bill's on stack. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I had a question particularly for Dave and Mike, but could go out to just everyone else as well. The Green Party is pretty much a federation of state parties, and I don't really have a good enough appreciation or understanding of how things are done in other states by other state parties. And I know there's a lot of experience out there. I know the Greens in some states and cities have run some very effective electoral campaigns. They've done issue campaigns. What could you share with us in terms of best practice and experiences from around the country in recent years, pointing to some of our successes? If we look at those experiences, we might gain a better understanding of how we could proceed in Wisconsin. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, I'll start on that because I'm also very interested in that question, and I think sometimes with the national party and sort of the national committee, there's definitely those of us who want to see more discussion of kind of what's going on at the state level, and kind of what has worked well for people. I mean, I think one thing that we've seen has worked well for us and for other state parties is the dues paying membership model. And yeah, to me, a state that we could probably learn a lot from is Pennsylvania. I feel like they've kind of been a standout, even though they're kind of in a similar situation to us in terms of the political situation in their state and the fact that, the Democrats are always trying to throw them off the ballot and stuff like that. They've had strong campaigns, from the local level to the statewide level. And, they've clearly been able to build a very, a strong and active state party and locals. So, I would like to actually see state parties come together and hold a convention or a conference really focused on organizing and sharing best practices. And, I felt for a while now that the, Green Party US National Meeting, I think it is valuable. There's a lot of good education and networking and stuff that happens, but I think, there's not enough focus on kind of practical, not just practical skills, but also sort of organizational issues. Because it really, in terms of organization, it does feel like parties are left to their own devices, and any kind of collaboration is totally up to them. And, I think, I would like to see a national meeting that was just really focused on organizing and organizational issues, so we could sort of share, what different parties do and what has worked well, and, what some of our issues are. So obviously, something like that would be a pretty major organizing project in itself, but I think there is interest for it, because there's some state and local parties that have been relatively successful, and they want to see others be successful. And there's a lot of people out there who are kind of who want to organize, but they don't know exactly where to start, and it's just like, it's not something that you learn. I was thinking, before we were talking about insurance and stuff, and, it's kind of amazing that we don't teach just kind of basic financial literacy in high school, so that people know what they're doing when they go to, buy insurance or buy a house or whatever. But, even more so, there's no, you don't learn in school how to organize politically, right? So it's something that I think a lot of people want to do, but they don't exactly know what to do. Anyway, I think, that would be really valuable. But, like I was saying, Bill, I have a lot of the same questions. Mike was also mentioned. I don't know, Mike, if you want to tag onto that at all.
I have no particular insights to add to yours. That was good stuff, and I absolutely agree. Perhaps we could talk about doing a Greater Midwest sort of conference with from Pennsylvania to Missouri, perhaps, something like that, that we could organize on our own. But that was the only thing that came to mind.
I like that idea for a few reasons. I mean, one, it's kind of, it would be not so huge as trying to do a national thing. Although, on the other hand, with online stuff, you could argue that the difference between organizing regional and national is not nearly so big as it would be otherwise. But also, I mean, a lot of states in the Midwest have kind of similar political situations. Like famously, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are supposedly these super close swing states where, they're the main battlegrounds where presidential elections are decided, and so there's particular pressure on anyone outside the two-party system. And yeah, I think that's definitely a big part of the political context that we face. And so I would be interested to hear how Greens in Michigan and Pennsylvania have been able to organize. And yeah, I just think like regional collaboration, for example, when people need to gather ballot access signatures, if we had a stronger regional network and we were able to send van loads of people to help with big petitioning efforts, that could really be a game changer.
Dick Schneider's back.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm a little bit confused. You were talking about originally healthcare, the lack, the corporate health, the failure of the corporate healthcare system, and then we jumped into this regional thing you're talking about right now. So what are you talking about? Healthcare particularly, or the entire gamut regionally? Greens.
No, yeah, there was a topic change. So Bill asked a question about just sort of the National Green Party and other state parties, and
because the regional Green, that idea came up decades ago within the National Green Party back in the day, and it was basically killed by them. And I'm talking about the Midwest, the eastern part of the nation, the Greens, the Western, almost if you look at the 4 time zones we got, if you just went down the line of the 4 time zones, that was talked about decades ago within the Green Party, the National Party. So are you saying that would more likely happen these days than then?
No, I don't think we were really discussing that. We were just talking about a potential conference where state Green parties could get together to share their organizing tactics and their organizational structure, and just try to share best practices.
Hey, Dave.
Go ahead.
Can you remind me, you talked at one point, probably years ago now, about our most successful Green candidates. You'd mentioned mayor of a mid-sized city, perhaps the California way. I'm not quite sure. How United States successful have we been?
Okay, well, Greens have won over 1,300 elections across the U.S. since our party was founded in the 80s. And some of the first were in Wisconsin, actually, if not the first, mostly up north. But, Madison has definitely been kind of a long-term area of Green activity. So I think who you're thinking of is probably Gail McLaughlin, the mayor of Richmond, California. for a while was kind of one of the most prominent Green elected officials. It's a city of about 100,000 people in the San Francisco Bay Area. And so she did some very interesting stuff. One thing that I think is really topical today is the policing reform that they did in Richmond that really brought down the rate of violence in the community and also the amount of police violence. And it was so successful, it always surprises me that it's not talked about more. And I think, part of that is because it was a Green who initiated it, and we haven't, we could do more to get that story out there. And she made national news when she tried to bring in a moratorium on foreclosures during the foreclosure crisis, which had, the big banks panicking, but eventually they found a way to shut it down and prevent her from bringing in a foreclosure moratorium. But yeah, so that was a really good example of Greens in action. Bill also put in the chat New Paltz, New York. And yeah, so Jason West was a New York Green who was elected mayor of New Paltz, which is a Hudson Valley town where it's probably most famous for SUNY New Paltz University. And he was the first in New York to perform same-sex marriages, and the second in the country. And that was huge because I think Elliot Spitzer was the attorney general at the time, and threatened to prosecute him because he broke the law. And he kind of defied that totally, and then Spitzer and the Democrats backed down because they realized, like, okay, well, we can prosecute this Green Party mayor for performing same-sex marriages, but then that makes him a hero to the movement for gay rights, and makes us the villains. Yeah, so that ended up being kind of like a huge crack in the wall on that issue. Bill also brings up the almost mayor of San Francisco. Yeah, Matt Gonzalez was on the San Francisco City Council, and I think it was in 2003. He very nearly was elected mayor of San Francisco, but the Democrats brought in like everyone, like Bill Clinton, Al Gore, just kind of everyone they could muster to campaign for Gavin Newsom, who was the the Dems candidate. So Newsom won, but then shortly after that, so Newsom became actually the first to allow same-sex marriages, and at the time, a lot of sort of political wonks were saying, "Oh, why would he do that? Because he has national political ambitions, and this is such a controversial issue." But I really think he did it because he nearly lost the election to a Green, and Greens were like unequivocally pro-gay rights at the time. Well, still are. Whereas the Democrats were not. They were against it. So people were saying, "Oh, why did Newsom risk his career by doing this?" And I really think it was because a Green was almost elected, and they realized, like, okay, we can't take these votes for granted anymore. And in a place like San Francisco, we're going to lose if we don't take action. So to me, that's a really good example of how, like, we can win even when we don't win. Because, like, just by voting for someone who stands with you and showing like you can't be taken for granted, that's in some ways the only thing that ever makes politicians do the right thing. So yeah, there's a lot. We had someone on the Minneapolis City Council for 16 years, Cam Gordon, who's did really great work. And in the next issue of Green Pages, we have an article from him that kind of looks back on his career. Yeah, so and we've had a lot of people in Madison, a lot of people in county boards across the state. We've
Jake Schneider's back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dave, you're absolutely your historical history there with successful Greens like Gonzalez, for example, and Jason and etc. Your analysis, actually, I have to compliment you for that, is correct. But eventually they all became progressive Dems, and the progressive Dems that we hear today, they all got ticked off by the Democratic Party, and I don't know what we can do about that. Historically, the same thing will happen in the future with any successful either statewide or national Green politically elected will eventually get picked off by corporate debts.
So I'm not sure if Jake, if you're frozen or what. Are other people hearing Jake?
No.
Okay, yeah, Jake, I think he froze, but yeah, I think we understood what you were saying. I mean, does anyone want to respond to that? Bill, go ahead.
Oh, I had an unrelated question.
Okay, let me try responding to Jake's point real quick. And I think, and I could use Greens as examples too, but someone who I think is really a role model on this issue is Kshama Sawant, who is the Socialist Alternative City Council member in Seattle. And, she's been elected several times, and recently there was a recall attempt, very well funded against her, that failed. And, she's basically built a national profile, even though she's, a local elected official. And she's done that by being really very outspoken, having a movement in the streets, really challenging the power structure and not backing down. And, they try to put her on defense, but she's always on offense. And I think, she's a really good model for how an independent elected outside the two-party system can be extremely effective, and way more effective than any progressive Democrat ever could be. I mean, she personally has a lot of responsibility for the whole movement for $15 an hour minimum wage. And yeah, so I think that's something that Greens can follow. I mean, yeah, of course, the two-party system and the establishment try to co-opt everything, and sometimes they're successful, and a lot of times they will, if they can't co-opt you, then they'll try to destroy you. And yeah, I think that's a reason why the progressive Democrats have disappointed so many people and been so ineffective over a long, my entire lifetime. It's nothing but disappointment, because they fall into line, and they basically say, okay, I'm going to try to make a career, and sometimes they'll kind of speak up, but it's almost always within the what's permitted, with very few exceptions. And it's not leadership. I think what Kshama Sawant does is real leadership, because it's making demands and then not backing down from those demands, and then making the political system bow to those demands, as opposed to saying, okay, what can we sort of say within the system? What can we pay lip service to? What can we tweet about, but not actually pushing for it? I mean, I think we saw like two examples last year with the Progressive Democrats. First, they passed the COVID relief bill, and they could have used their leverage to put a minimum wage increase into it, but they decided not to. It was actually the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal, was the one who told them to back off of that. So that's why they haven't raised the minimum wage. They punted on that. And then they passed the, this was even more, just as ridiculous. They passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill after they lost the election, because they're like, oh, we lost ground in the 2021 elections. We got to get something done. So they immediately passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill to show like, oh, we're getting something done, even after they lost the election, right? And doing that, they gave up all their leverage to pass the Build Back Better Act. So it's just like, at this point, it's not clear if they're getting played or if they're playing us. But anyway, Bill's been on stack waiting patiently. So go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I think one best practice that Wisconsin Greens can be proud of is our success, relatively speaking, in recent years with joint campaigns with other left and progressive forces in the state. And I would look back to 2014 for the first example, when we ran a very effective campaign, a red-green campaign of Hardy. What's Hardy's first name?
Ron Hardy.
Ron Hardy and Angela Walker, when she ran for sheriff of Milwaukee. And then more recently, just last year, when we co-endorsed and had as our candidates several from Progressive Dane and the DSA in both Milwaukee and in Madison. When we threw ourselves into the two Alex Brower campaigns, he joined the Green Party. He saw himself as and presented himself to the public as a candidate of the Greens as well as DSA. And part of this has to do with the fact that Wisconsin has electoral laws that are different than other states, where there's the predominance of nonpartisan races, particularly in municipalities. Now, that's not the case in a state like New York, for example. So an organization like the DSA finds itself running in Democratic primaries often, which we're very much against, of course, in states where they don't have the opportunities to run in nonpartisan races like in Wisconsin. And I'm just wondering if there are other states, state parties for the Greens that have had experiences like we have in our joint endorsements and campaigns. Pass.
That's a good question. And, so feel free to chime in if we have any examples But yeah, I can think of a few off the top of my head. Like I know, for example, there was a candidate in Pittsburgh running for city council last year who was endorsed by the DSA, and I think Cincinnati as well. I think there are many others. So yeah, I mean, local collaboration between Greens and DSA chapters, and as well as other leftist organizations is pretty common these days, I think.
Richmond too, since you brought it up before.
Yeah, it's a good point. The Richmond Progressive Alliance was kind of similar to Progressive Dane in some ways, kind of a local progressive non-corporate political alliance. Bill, go ahead.
Well, it was kind of a loaded question on my part. What my belief is there's a lot of opportunity for the Green Party today in linking up with groups that should really be our political partners and allies. The DSA in the last 5 years has grown to an organization of almost 100,000 members. And I know, Dave, you and I have discussed this and others of how there's a lot to be learned from that experience as far as possibly transforming the Green Party from a federation of state parties into a real mass membership dues-paying organization. But I'm encouraged to hear that we've had these kinds of experiences with the DSA and similar groups elsewhere in the country. And I think we really need to be attuned to the opportunities for the Green Party with these potential allies. We just had our election here in Milwaukee, and the DSA ran a slate for county board of 3 candidates, and 2 of them were elected. So there now will be a socialist caucus on the county board in Milwaukee. There is already a similar socialist caucus that's been in office in Chicago, 6 in that caucus. And there may be other examples from around the country, but I really believe that this is should not be seen as a threat, but more as an opportunity for us to find workable partners and allies in the struggle in the electoral arena, as we have already done so in the streets. Pass.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. All right, so it's now 1:53, and we had allotted until 1:50 for group discussion, and then we're going to take a break, and then at 2 we'll have our guest speaker, Matt Hoh, and he'll speak for about 15 minutes, and then just do some question and answer for half an hour or so. Yeah, so we can take a break now. But yeah, thanks everyone for the discussion. And so just wanted to say, if you're not already involved with the state party, we want to encourage everyone to consider getting involved with our committees where, we do a lot of the work of the party, and things like, we talked a lot about healthcare, for example. We have a platform and policy committee where, we try to put out issue statements and positions on important issues of the day. And, we have a membership committee that's about reaching out and growing our membership. And of course, our elections committee, communications, finance, IT, and dispute resolution. So yeah, especially for, the new people or folks who, haven't been involved, just let us know if you're interested in helping out with those. So why don't we take a 5-minute break and then back here at 2 p.m. sharp and to hear from Matthew Hoh.
Matthew?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, hi. It was kind of good or bad timing. Dave just said we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then you just joined. So he's been, it's probably just a bio break. Yeah. So
we all need them.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for having me, y'all. I hope it's been a good meeting so far.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for being here.
How is everything in Wisconsin?
Green.
Green, yeah.
Torturous weather, frost in the morning, but the sun came out for 5 minutes, I think, or maybe it wasn't more. I don't know.
Yeah. We had a frost warning here last night, and it's going to be 80 degrees on Monday. So this is kind of like our spring is. It's not. Sometimes I'm able to get my plants outside by this time of year, but like other times you can't. It's all over the place. If I put my hibiscus out now, it'll still die. So we have the same type of ups and downs. But I hope it gets nicer for you guys soon.
It is nice. We're happy.
Okay.
Inform us, where are you at in the world?
I'm in North Carolina, so in Wake Forest, North Carolina. So just right north of Raleigh.
Really appreciate your time and expertise.
Oh, thank you. And again, thank you for having me with you all.
So Matthew, what brought you to the Green Party? I'm super curious.
It's the Green Party is the first party I've ever registered with. I probably, I don't know, to make it simple, Barack Obama brought me to the Green Party. I think that might be an easy way to say it. Just witnessing what I witnessed, both with the wars and then Obama's domestic policy. And then I think working with the Democratic Party so often when I was doing my anti-war work on Capitol Hill over the years, just I saw the machine for what it really is. That it's really is dominated by money, just as people talk about it. Really is. It's controlled that way, and so I voted for Obama in 2008. And didn't really give much thought to third party politics before then. But, I was quickly disappointed by him. And by 2010, I was, looking for other options. And then, learning about the Green Party. And certainly I had known Ralph Nader and things like that. But I think really getting invested in what the Green Party stood for, its platform, as well as the underlying political and economic philosophies. And particularly, I think learning that it's more than just being green, right? That and I really embraced, the idea of eco-socialism, the idea that, everything is connected. It really is an ecology, and everything we do, all our politics must be driven in that manner with the interconnectedness of all things. So, that's kind of, I guess, a long answer, but that's how, I got involved with the Green Party, started voting green, started being involved with Green Party stuff, as well as my activism. Yeah. My activism, that had, I would meet people who were part of the Green Party. And yeah, so yeah, here I am.
And
Can
we
you
are
just-
glad you are.
Can you describe that? It's a research
Yeah,
triangle
thank you.
park area, right?
Yeah. We call yeah.
So how does that work with Durham and Raleigh and
So,
what's the other triangle?
Tom, can I,
Sure.
can I call a timeout? Because
Later.
yeah, we kind of jumped right into the Q&A. I know, I mean, everyone's really excited, understandably, but yeah, you know, we want to give Matt a chance to, you know, make a keynote speech here as our special guest speaker, and you know, introduce him for folks who aren't familiar, and then you know we will have plenty of time for Q&A and some discussion. But yeah, first I you know, I just wanted to introduce Matt real quick. So you know, Matthew Hoh is running to represent North Carolina in the U.S. Senate. You know, in 2009, he resigned in protest from a State Department post in Afghanistan over the escalation of the war. And prior to that, he took part in the occupation of Iraq. And when not employed, he worked in Afghanistan and Iraq war policy at the Pentagon and State Department from 2002 to 2008. And he's written for many periodicals such as the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, CNN, Defense News, The Guardian, The Huffington Post, Raleigh News and Observer, USA Today, The Wall Street Journal, The Washington Post. He's been a guest on hundreds of radio and TV programs, including the BBC, CBS, CNN, C-SPAN, Fox, NBC, MSNBC, NPR, PBS, and a lot more. And the Council on Foreign Relations cited his resignation letter from Afghanistan as an essential document. And that's the Foreign Policy Establishment think tank. In 2010, he was named the Reidenauer Prize recipient for truth telling. In 2021, he was named a Defender of Liberty by the Committee for the Republic. And yeah, I mean, he's done so much. And I'm, you know, honored now to be able to work on Matt's campaign. And you know, it's only been a few weeks, but you know, it's been a great experience, and you know, he's bringing in so many great people who are excited about the campaign. So without further ado, I wanted to turn it over to Matt, you know, as our special guest speaker for today's spring gathering.
Thanks, Dave. And it's been a pleasure to work with you, as well as I think Dusty's on the call somewhere. Dusty's been doing a lot of work for us as well, getting stuff, particularly, you know, messaging and social media, which is when you can't do it, you know, when I can't do that. So when you see something that these guys do and it pops and it's just like, holy crap, I wish I could have said it like that or communicated it like that. You really get appreciation for what individuals can do to help out, you know, any organization, but in particular, say this campaign. But no, I appreciate you all having me here. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you. You know, thank you for allowing me to be a part of your event. You know, the name of your No to War, Yes to Peace. And I think it's kind of like, as I was just describing before, about the idea of eco-socialism, this holistic, this whole approach, this ecology-based approach. I think we often silo war and peace in the sense that it's very strict what those definitions are. You know, war is, you know, what we're seeing in Ukraine right now. Peace is the absence of what we're seeing in Ukraine, right? The peace is the absence of what is peace is what is happening in Afghanistan now, people would say, you know, and, you know, as anyone knows, that's simply not the case. The war is just occurring in Afghanistan through other means, you know, the bombs and the are not falling from aircraft. They're not coming from roadside bombs. However, people are freezing to death and starving to death. So the war just continues in a different fashion, in a different manner, with, again, different means. You know, so this idea of approaching war and peace holistically, you know, in the grand sense of it. And one of the organizations, as I was talking about how I ended up in the Green Party before, one of the organizations that I'm a part of, Veterans for Peace, a lot of their members are either green or they travel in circles with other greens. And that was an introduction for me to the Green Party, as well as to other leftist politics. But, with the Veterans for Peace, one of the things that we say in Veterans for Peace is that the wars overseas are mirrors of the wars at home. And having that understanding that the wars are not these one-off events that you can separate from one another, that belong in different containers. But we see that even with the wars the United States has engaged in for the last 20 years. And it's wrong both, and I used this phrase last night in a different manner, but it's wrong both horizontally and vertically. The wars in the greater Middle East, throughout the Muslim world, the United States as a part of, did not start on September 11th, 2001. We forget continuously that throughout the 1990s, the United States was at war with Iraq, in the sense that the United States bombed Iraq every third day throughout the 1990s, as well as the first war against Iraq. And then, of course, prior to that, the brutal Iran war that lasted for 8 years, which was more or less a proxy war for the United States. So, we can go farther back because there's been U.S. and British and French intrigue in that region for decades. And I shouldn't say intrigue, I should say intervention. So you're understanding that on the vertical axis, right? These wars are not separated. You can't say that the Iraq war started March of 2003, because there are decades of war that the Iraqis suffered through that precede that link together, that contribute to one another, that form that continuous line. And just in the same way, to declare the Iraq war a separate war from the war in Afghanistan, another war that we say starts to 2001, but for the Afghans stretches back to the 1970s, and itself is a living legacy of the Cold War. The idea that these wars are somehow separate from one another, that they're compartmentalized, and that they aren't connected to one another, is something that we have to continuously be on guard against and dispel, because they are connected to one another. One of the things when I first started speaking out against the wars, I would get asked, this is back in 2009, 2010, what's the difference between the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, or what are the similarities? And I would fall into that trap. And I would say things like, well, obviously the geography, or I'd try and talk about recent history for those countries, or, something. And then finally it dawned on me, there is no difference. There's no difference at all. Because as long as the United States is occupying those nations and trying to subjugate a plurality of the population, at least, then you have no other attribute or aspect or trait of either of those wars that you can even mention that matter at all, because all that matters is the U.S. occupation. And then if you understand that, you can understand how that then applies to the wars, again, throughout the Muslim world, whether it be in Syria, whether it be, all throughout Africa, in Yemen, into Western Pakistan, et cetera, et cetera. And by that, you can also then see how it connects historically, or at least in the last, to keep it simple, in the last decade. So my whole life, going back to the 70s, if you look at the Muslim world from the west coast of Africa all the way to Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, et cetera, there is not one Muslim country that has not been devastated by war that I would argue it does not either have as its prime cause or as a very incredibly important contributing cause Western intervention. And in many of these nations, that's very pronounced. And in many of these nations have, in many of these cases, these nations have been absolutely devastated, brought down to a level of existence that is we in the United States, I should not say that. The only people in the United States who understand what they have gone through our Native American brothers and sisters. Other than that, most Americans, most people in the United States do not have a concept of what the devastation has been like for these people. When I talk about this, sometimes I do, if I'm speaking to an international audience, you can have people say in Japan or say in Spain, where they do have a living memory of the devastation of the Second World War or of the Spanish Civil War. While in the United States, we do not have that for the majority of the population. There are, again, Native Americans, for example, can say, yeah, we know what the devastation of war is like, but that links it back into how the wars overseas are connected to the wars here at home. And that's the first example, the ongoing genocide against the Native Americans, against the first people of this land. If you have not ever been to a Native American reservation, the reality of what the United States government and society has done to the indigenous people of this country is very clear. The concentration camp-like aspects of Native American reservations, at least the ones I have visited, primarily in the Midwest, is startling and heartbreaking. And you can understand that then as an ongoing war. And so you can connect that, right? Now you can connect the wars overseas, the wars at home, because if you go back and you understand that, look, American expansion across the continental United States, it's only a matter of a couple of years between the last Native American tribe that surrenders to the United States government and the conquest of Hawaii, right? And then the Spanish American War and the conquest of Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, et cetera, not to mention the role the United States have been playing in the late 19th century in places like Korea and Japan and China. So, you can see how these things intersect. And of course, as we talk about wars, we look at wars on the border, the war on drugs, which is primarily a racist war against Black people in this country. And you could see those intersections. And this is just one aspect, I think, of better understanding war. But then you can apply the same, though, and flip it over and apply it to peace, right? In the sense that if you can have this interconnectedness through the wars, if we understand that the same impetuses of empire, the same greed of capitalism, however you want to describe what the root causes are, the needs of the Leviathan that commits these wars, if you understand how that's all interconnected, then I think you can also understand the converse. And you understand peace then, and you understand peace is just not being, as Martin Luther King said, and I'll paraphrase, in the sense that peace is not simply just the absence of violence, right, or the absence of tension, but rather it's the ability to grow, it's to live, to thrive, to be prosperous, to enjoy life. To be satisfied with life. All the different things we could think about that would mean what is peace as the converse of war. And again, war not just being confined to tanks and aircraft and missiles, but understanding it through things as we understand it, the war on migrants on our border, which, if any other nation was doing that, would be a crime against humanity. So if we understand peace in that same context, and if we take the extension of peace to then mean nonviolence, and then we understand nonviolence to mean action, right? Just because it's got the word non in it doesn't mean we're not moving, we're not doing something. And I think that then all connects back to the urgency of the moment and to the Green Party's planks, particularly again, I spoke about this earlier, but the eco-socialism, the idea how all things are tied together, all the things that we are trying to do to meet the crisis of now, whether it be the democracy crises we face, whether it be the climate collapse we are enduring, whether it be the brutal economic inequality that so many working families are just subjugated by, whether it be the racial injustices, and we could, on and on and on. Understanding nonviolence not as passive, but rather as active, and understanding nonviolence then in how do we meet the needs of those who are being brutalized by these wars. And again, wars, don't constrict yourself in its understanding, but understand it as the actions of an entity to achieve the results desired through the means at disposal. And so you understand the system of Wall Street, the system of corporations, the system of the wealthy, how you can then understand economic inequality, the violence that it enacts against people as being a form of warfare. And so the counter to that, if the counter to that's going to be peace, and the way you execute that is nonviolence, then we understand nonviolence in a much greater context, right? So I'm going to wrap it up here, in a sense of like, hopefully just this is the way I tend to think of things, how things are connected, how we draw, how those things that are connected have an underlying philosophy, whether it be political or economic, that we can apply to them. And then what's the practice? What's the praxis? What are the actual elements, the things that we're going to act on, whether they be big picture, like Medicare for all, or universal health care, or single payer, or whatever you want to call it, right? Because I know we tend to disagree sometimes but I'm pretty certain we're all on the same page what we actually mean by that. Or it's, what you do as an individual in your community, with your neighbors. So I appreciate you all having me here. I'm happy to talk more about the specifics of war, specifics of what's happening in, say, Afghanistan or Iraq or Ukraine or anywhere, as well as what my campaign's about, how we're doing here in North Carolina. But again, I want to thank you for having me be with you.
Thank you. Where are we at in order of events?
Shoot, sorry, I was trying to say something. I was muted there. Apologies. Well, thank you, Matt. And yeah, before we get to the question and answer period, I just wanted to ask you a question. How is the ballot access petitioning going? What are the goals and deadlines? And how can people help if they want to help you get on the ballot and support your campaign?
Sure. Thanks, Dave. I mean, and ballot access is, of course, the priority for the campaign right now, as well as for the North Carolina Green Party. We need a little less than 14,000 signatures on pen and paper verified to make the ballot in North Carolina, which with the current verification rate means we need a little less than 18,000 signatures to kind of meet the historical total that the state requires. We need to have those by May 17th. So we've got a system here in place using campaign staff, both volunteer and paid, but members of the campaign to get the bulk of the signatures. We're also using a contracted firm to collect a couple thousand signatures for us, but really the vast majority, 90% of our signature collection is coming from people who are part of the campaign, part of the North Carolina Green Party, people who are interested in helping get us on the ballot. So as you can imagine, it's difficult, right? Because if you've done this before, and I'm sure you all have this experience, more experience than I do, but it's a lot harder than just showing up with a clipboard with a bunch of volunteers and knocking it out in a weekend. when you look at the total number of hours required, you see, man, this is really quite a commitment that's going to take us months to do, and dozens and dozens of volunteers. So we're approximately about a third of the way there in terms of our, maybe a little more, maybe about 40% in terms of the number of signatures we need to get on the ballot. And we've got 6 weekends left to do it. And we're lucky because I don't want to say lucky because this has all been timed, but this is usually as we get into April, the weather gets better. We have a lot of festivals. So this weekend, we got a bunch of people down in Wilmington, North Carolina, who are attending the Azalea Festival, which is a big deal down there. And they got Cypress Hill and REO Speedwagon playing, it's a big thing, but tens of thousands of people show up for it every year. Last weekend, we had people out, kind of where the focus of the campaign was at a big hip hop 2-day long hip hop concert in Raleigh that attracts tens of thousands of people. So as these festivals are coming, we're able to get teams of people to really hit the festivals where we can get hundreds and hundreds of signatures in a day or two, as well as then we've got the folks who are out there every day, hitting the streets of Charlotte or Chapel Hill. A lot of them are college students who are getting us those 25, 50, 75 signatures a day each that, as we put them together, get us closer and closer. And then finally, I say the last thing we have going for us is the early voting period for our primaries starts on April 28th. So we have 2 weeks of early voting where we have registered voters who are lined up waiting to go into the polls, or maybe just walking in and out if not lined up. So a good locations at polling centers for us to collect signatures as well. So by no means is like any type of ballot access, is it something that this is easy, we got it. No, it's uphill, but I think we have a good plan in place. We've got good people. And if people want to help, of course, the best way they could help is to donate. As I said, this costs money. We pay our people. There's a lot of other expenses that come up, whether it's postage or gasoline or just whatever, a new software program to keep track of something, all these expenses just come up. So if people can support that way, and also as well, if people want to come to North Carolina and help us petition, definitely be in touch with us and we will work with you to make that happen. We've got a lot of people coming in the next few weeks from different parts of the East Coast, but if people want to come from Wisconsin, man, that'd be awesome. So, and then finally, I should say as well, just let people know about the campaign and about our ballot access efforts. And that would be a really big help as well. So thank you. And thanks for asking that, Dave.
Yeah, sure thing. And feel free if you want to put the donate link in the chat.
Sure.
So that people can find that. And then, all right, so we have a couple of hands up already. So I see Tom and Laura. So why don't we start with Tom?
So yeah, the Green Party has been, there's been a lot of discussion in groups that I'm in about Ukraine, and I feel good in general that people are studying up on it, and I have a list of names that I've been following. There's, one of the important things that I don't think a lot of people are aware of is that there was from my understanding, there was a 2-month period where Putin was negotiating or trying to negotiate with the Biden administration. That's 2 solid months. And then, so that's one issue. I don't know if you know anything about that. And the other issue is some evidence to suggest that there was a buildup of Ukrainian troops on the border of the Donbass area. So I'm trying to come up with an explanation in my head for why Putin reacted so drastically. And you can probably guess my position. I'm somewhat, the happy case for me would be for the Donbass area to get its independence, and for the Ukraine to also retain independence, but stay out of NATO and then demilitarize. I don't like seeing us pouring in all the weapons.
Right.
I think it's just going to wreck. I think it's an attempt to just wreck the country. That So any comments?
Yeah, no, with regards to Ukraine buildup of forces outside of Eastern, the independent autonomous regions there in the Donbass, yeah, that's my understanding, is that around this time last year, if I recall correctly, there was a buildup of Ukrainian forces, close to 60 to 80,000 or something like that, you know, and that was what the Russians said they were responding to. Now, of course, in all these cases, the Ukrainians say, well, we were responding to X before it. You know, with regards to the Biden administration ignoring chances for diplomatic efforts, yeah, there seems to have been a long list of missed opportunities, disregarded opportunities, ignored opportunities, deliberately ignored opportunities that stretch back the better part of 2 decades now. I think, you know, the most salient about this is the 2015 Minsk agreement, or the Minsk Accords, or the Minsk II Accords to be specific, that set up a pathway, kind of a framework for peace, which included those regions of Eastern Ukraine to have an autonomy to them, for Ukraine itself to be a more or less neutral nation, and the United States had to be dragged into that agreement. I actually was working on some of the work I was doing in DC at that time, around 2015. I was familiar with a lot of the discussions that were going on, and there was a very purposeful foot dragging, to be polite, by the Obama administration. And I think, to be fair, I think Barack Obama was against that foot dragging, but I think his hands were tied in a lot of ways, and he was never very effective, to be extremely generous in terms of opposing the militarism of his own administration. But the idea that just with Minsk II itself in 2015 was an opportunity that was disregarded, that was lost, and there's blame that can be put on the Russians. I believe that this is an incredibly dirty war, that there is no side that has any justification behind it. The only side worth taking is the side of the people. This is a war that is, to me, about both the geopolitical megalomania of Washington, D.C., of London, of Moscow, of Kyiv, as well as the greed, the greed for fossil fuels, the greed for trade throughout the region. I think that you can make arguments about how even this has got a lot to do with the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, and the fear in the West of what such a strategic economic development like that will cause to the West. And in most particularly the United States. So I view this as all very dirty, and I would say a pox on all houses. Certainly, there is a preponderance of evidence, an amazing amount of evidence, that the United States knew exactly what it was doing in terms of provoking Russia into attacking. At the same time, too, I will say that clearly, if I want to apply the Nuremberg laws of post-World War II, if I believe that Nuremberg got it right, and that any preemptive invasion is a war crime, then I have to consider what Vladimir Putin's doing is a war crime. And I also believe all wars are wars. War crimes. War is organized murder, and I took part in that's something I'll go to my grave with. With that responsibility for that. So, but yeah. So it's I would say that going forward, what we have to push for is a ceasefire that will lead to negotiations, and then a neutrality for Ukraine, and a further neutrality throughout Eastern Europe, a demilitarization of Eastern Europe that then extends throughout the rest of Europe. But that's something that we're not seeing. We're seeing the opposite. And talks between Russia and Ukraine, I think there's actually some effort by those in both Ukraine and Russia to achieve a deal, but there's a lot of people in all parts of this, from all parts of the globe, who want to see the war continue. So does that kind of answer, Tom, what you're asking?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to think. So, yeah, the current situation is pretty severe, right? With a cauldron around the 60,000 troops. And then, I guess maybe could you comment on, do you know Scott Ritter? Probably.
Yeah.
So he sort of represents a certain viewpoint. Have you been following his position? You know, he's been in a lot of interviews, and maybe you could just kind of react against his position.
I actually just earlier today started watching his most recent interview with Margaret Flowers and Joe Lombardi from UNAC. So he just did a video with them this week. It's on YouTube. It's an hour and 45 minutes long. And I had about 3 different people send it to me and say, you got to watch this. So I got about 15 minutes in. Hang on, I actually still have it on my browser. So I'm going to post it in the chat for you all if you're interested. But yeah, no, I think Scott knows what he's talking about. I don't always agree with him. I mean, I see sometimes this stuff on Twitter and I say, nah, I don't agree with that. But I bet I probably agree with 85% of what he's saying. I think he offers a perspective that is often very rational. And I don't know anyone who's got a better, between him and say a guy like Larry Wilkerson. I don't really know many other people who understand war and warfare and military operations the way Scott does. So I think Scott might have a little bit of anger in him where he's so upset with the West that he might not be as objective as he could be. I certainly could be guilty of that at times. And I think we all have to just be careful of that both sides can be wrong. There's a really dirty saying we had in the Marine Corps that expressed that, you know? So I think we always have to be vigilant against that. And, you know, but I think Scott is a really good a person to follow, listen to. And yeah, and I said, I put the link in the chat and I haven't had a chance to watch more than 15 minutes of it. But the fact that 2 or 3 people who I really respect said, you need to watch this, that means a lot to me. So if people have a chance to watch that, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So wanted to get to a couple other questions. I just want to point out a weird fun fact, which is that both Joe Lombardi and Scott Ritter are from my hometown, Bethlehem, New York. So that's kind of kind of a random thing for me. But I went to high school with Joe's son. Anyway, so Laura had her hand up. Laura, did you still want to ask a question?
I think I figured it out on my own. I used the link for his donate to find the actual website for Matthew. I have a friend who runs a wolf dog sanctuary in North Carolina who is probably very much on the same platform as you. I don't know if she knows about you or not, but I also work with a very large company that has one of their major locations in Raleigh. So I just wanted to make sure I had the right website address that I could share.
Yeah, what's the name of the sanctuary?
Full Moon Farm.
Yes, I know that. I know that place. I was gonna say Howling Moon. So I said that's not saying anything until yeah. I know Full Moon exactly. Yeah.
So Nancy Laporta Brown. Yeah, she is the founder there. Yes, I lived 10 years in South Carolina, and at one point I had a wolf dog, and she helped me find a companion for it. So we've been friends for quite a long time. So, but I'm friends with her on Facebook, and I see that a lot of the stuff that she posts on Facebook really kind of matches the ideals that you set forth out there. So I thought I would share your website if she didn't know.
Please. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Wow. Another amazing connection.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Melissa, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And Matt, thank you for being here. I had a question about, you mentioned getting money out of politics, and your website says that we should have a public financing system with a limited campaigning window, which I'm quoting your site, as you know. So I was wondering if you could elaborate in more detail your thoughts about how that would look in practice. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and I think that the needs of the people in terms of to have equal representation has to be met, you know, in all ways. And I think that means every candidate should have, you know, and there's different ways to approach it, right? You could either, you could do it in a way that, and I'm pretty agnostic on this, you know, and I'm open to ideas, and, you know, I just know that we should have, I believe we should have public financing. And if that means that each candidate receives X amount of dollars, you know, from the, you know, or another way that I think a lot of people like the idea of every person gets $100 to give to whatever candidate they want, you know, and there's other ways to do it as well. The idea of taking the money out of the system in a way that it doesn't have the influence where in order to get a campaign going and to fund it, you're either all on an equal footing or it's on such a limited scale that you really are. And then I think what you has to be included with that is a return to, you know, public functions or public viewings or you know, the role of the media in the campaign, not in the sense that we saw, say, with Donald Trump in 2016, where CNN and MSNBC and Fox gave him, you know, $5 billion worth of free airtime every time he came on. You know, they switched they went right to him, you know, so not in that sense, but in a sense where you have these town halls, you have these debates, you have these candidate forums, and that's where most people get their information from. And then a limited campaign window, just I'm familiar with that. In the British do that, you know, and I think that is very effective. I think it's effective because it makes people concentrate on the time, you know, and it gives, say, okay, there's going to be our campaign window is from, you know, A to B. And this way this is where the attention is paid. The other thing I would say is that it allows then to our legislators to not be continuously campaigning, to not have to just, I mean, and I worked with members of Congress enough to know, you know, the stories you hear that they are spending X amount of hours a day, 4 hours a day, you know, 5 hours a day on average fundraising. You know, they don't have to do that. That takes them away from that. And actually there's an excellent film on HBO, a documentary that came out a couple of years ago, and it profiles Tom Massey and Matt Gaetz, and two people that, you know, normally I wouldn't care to, you know, all right. But it's a very well done film, and it really is about money. And you see very clearly Massey has to go over to the Republican club to get his list of people he has to call, you know, and both of them are interested in getting money out of politics, but still allowing private money in. It's a very kind of convoluted argument they make, I think, but I understand what they're trying to say. But for me, this should be a public funded, publicly administrated, it should be part of public education or civic education, how you describe it, and make it more of the community than it currently is. But certainly for me, seeing the effects of money on politics through working in DC, yeah, I mean, it really is. For me, I won't say it's a chief reason, because I think there's a lot of reasons for things, but it certainly is one of the top reasons why we have this, these existential crises that we have. And, you know, existential is not a hyperbole. But yeah, thanks, Melissa. Yeah.
You're welcome. And thank you. And I agree with you both on that. The system needs to be reformed, but also that I'm not really sure what that would look like, and I'm open to suggestions. So thank you so much.
Yeah. I think one thing I will say is if when you look at it, you can see on my platform where I have these list of issues to, strengthen and expand and make our democracy more inclusive, that it can't just be one or two. We have to do many things in order to make our democracy responsive to the people. And so whether it's abolishing the filibuster, abolishing the electoral college, ranked choice voting, proportional representation, getting money out of politics, et cetera. We have to do these things as a whole, right? And if we don't do these things in the terms of the democratic reform, then our chances of doing something about the climate are very, very minimal. Our chances of getting an economic bill of rights for people, our chances of ending the war on drugs, right? Our chances on, whatever else, because this is how I say that they're all connected. Everything is connected, and like if we don't have an economic bill of rights, how are we going to survive the coming climate collapse? Because it will destroy all aspects of our society, our societal, our economic infrastructure, just as it's going to destroy, our shores, our croplands, or, whatever. Yeah.
Thank you. So then Marcia Rummel's on the stack, and I just wanted to mention, Matt, that Marcia is one of our longtime city council members who, just recently, stepped down from the city council in Madison. So take it away, Marcia.
Thank you for that introduction. Thank you, Matthew, for coming today. And I didn't know that much about you, so I'm glad to learn some more. And I think maybe like you, because I did check out your website while you were talking, definitely talk about the working class. And that's something I think that our candidates need to be more explicit about, not just the middle class, blah, 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 but the working class and about power. So I'm wondering if what your thoughts are on sort of these recent labor upsurges. Are not necessarily well organized, but they're really, really exciting, I think. And I'm just wondering how you would include what message you're thinking of talking to workers.
Yeah, sure. So working families are I think that the primary focus of the campaign, was working families and planet. I think the two are, I think one of the things that has been so successfully done is dividing workers from environmental issues, making this supposed trade-off of like it's jobs or the environment. I think so making that connection with working families in the sense of that, look, it can be both. And it should be both, and it needs to be both. But no, everything, the economic bill of rights we talk about, what I see, how the war on drugs devastates working families. I mean, it is the people in the working families who are coming home to find their loved ones dead from an overdose. It is the people in the working families who have family members who are just basically held hostage by the criminal justice system for decades because of a marijuana charge, right? So I think, and what we're seeing is that what we would call working class, it's growing and growing, and I think the definitions that somehow we had before are out of date. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think Occupy was so important, pushing the 99% message, that the issues that previously would have affected blue collar workers, if you will, or lower income workers or service industry workers, or however you want to define them, to separate them from the middle class, so to speak. Those issues are now consuming the middle class as well. So I tend to see this idea of working families being very expansive and much greater than may have previously been defined, because the definitions of working families, in the sense of my definition of a working family, is a family that where it's there are constrictions on their ability to live based upon what's in their checking account, whether that be healthcare, whether it be housing, whether it be education, that they are living lives where everything they do is dominated by the necessity of maintaining a positive checking account balance at the end of the month. And as we know, that's majority of Americans. It's close to 60% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency. I mean, so if you just use that statistic, 60% of Americans are working families. So I think having people understand that concept and trying to get away from it being their traditional just blue collar, white collar, type of construct, to really make people understand this on a again, it's a class, it's viewing it in a class perspective, but in a way that makes people understand that like the working families are continuing to grow in the sense of people who are, killing themselves to make ends meet, and who the system, the economic system, the political system is against. I mean, I very much understand and believe that the policies of the last 50 years of the United States government, specifically say the policies of financialization, we have seen their effect for decades now in the loss of say manufacturing jobs, but also in the lowering of wages, in the forced reliance on credit by working families, right? In the 70s, decisions are made to push money back into corporations, into Wall Street, into the banks. So we're not going to invest that money. We're not going to put the money that comes from increased productivity, we're no longer going to put in our workers. We're going to put that back into ourselves. This is what the corporations are saying. And they do that. And so you have, in my opinion, then these deliberate policies that have really victimized and devastated people all throughout the country. So, it's I know this is very long-winded, but, the needs of working families, I think, underscore all aspects of the platform and, the campaign, but also too are prevalent and populate, the economic and political philosophies that underlie that, if that makes sense.
It does. I guess I agree with you, but I'm also interested in how you see workers using their power through this whole system.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, sure. And exactly. You mentioned, and it is exciting seeing what's happening with Amazon. We've got, I just saw today on Twitter, a 12th Starbucks store unionized, I think, so I know we've got workers in a Starbucks in 2 locations, I believe, in North Carolina, trying to unionize. I think that and then as well, right, we've had the Great Resignation, as it's called, and we've seen, I don't know if statistically if it is a wave of strikes and walkouts greater than we've seen before. I don't know if it statistically is true or not, but it certainly has gotten the attention that strikes and walkouts. And so certainly I believe that workers have all their power and their ability to strike. That is their leverage. If workers show up to work and the company keeps making money, the leverage is not there. If workers get to the point where they strike, then they have leverage. And I think you've seen that successfully, say maybe with like the John Deere strike last year, where workers were able to really put that pressure on the corporation to meet the needs, or at least some of the needs that were being presented to them. So it is, I think workers maintain that. I think I'm a believer in worker ownership and employer ownership, employee ownership. As a guy like Professor Richard Wolff would say, democracy in the workplace, I think that is where the strength of workers lies, in their ability to organize and put that leverage onto a corporation. Otherwise, or to a business or to the owners or whoever, otherwise there's no leverage. In many of the same ways, I think that it really applies to third party politics as well. Look, as long as you keep voting for the Democrats, as long as you keep voting for Republicans, they're not going to change. The leverage that voters have is at the ballot box. And it is also not by not going to the ballot box, by withholding your vote. So striking from voting, I think, is very similar in a lot of ways to, how workers strike and utilize leverage that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have time for maybe one or two more questions. Or if we're out of questions, then I don't know, maybe if anyone just has a comment about, anything that Matt has said, we can just have a short little discussion here. But yeah, we are now at 2:49. And we wanted to wrap up at 3 because we suspected, as often is the case, it would be like winter up until the day of our spring gathering. And then all of a sudden it's a beautiful day. And, we're inside and everyone wants to go out. So we predicted that correctly because it always happens. Either that or there's a snowstorm. But, okay, Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, so one thing which I've read is occurring around the war in Ukraine, having to do with the economic warfare via sanctions that have been placed against Russia, and how that's weakening, the dollar hegemony. So I was just wondering if you would be willing to comment on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that that goes back to I think some of the comments I made about financialization, and you see how these things are linked. Nixon takes us off the gold standard in 71 and makes the United States, which within the United States dollar had already been the reserve currency for the world since World War II, created that way by the victorious United States. So the ability of the United States to fund itself through having the world's reserve currency, just being able to print, produce debt and people buy it because they have to use their dollars someplace. That has been the thing that has enabled American imperialism as well as American financialization. So you see the connection there where the wars overseas intersect again with the wars at home. Right, where the wars overseas are, wars in the sense of bullets and bombs and, the horror of that. But then too, the wars at home where it's economic, where, okay, we're going to make the dollar stronger, which allows for imports to be cheaper, which means that we're going to export our factories, which is going to bring down, lower living and opportunity standards for American workers, right? On and on and on. You see how those things intersect. But certainly there have been various calls throughout the decades to end the use of the American dollar as the world's reserve currency, so that it provides that, to end the use of the money system as the means to which the United States can exert its primacy. I go back to, if people want a really good foundation on this and understanding it, go back to Michael Hudson's work, Super Imperialism, which he first wrote in 73 or 74, where he described the system. And supposedly the story is that he described the system so well that the CIA and State Department bought out all the copies of the book in Washington, D.C., not because they wanted to suppress the book, but because he got it right and they wanted to understand it, and it's a complicated subject. And I think Hudson does a really good job explaining it. But the idea Sam is bringing up is that there are challenges arising to this reserve currency. And you see that, with Saudi Arabia recently, who are upset with the United States in many different ways, because the United States is not as supportive as the Saudis would like, I guess, if you can believe that. But the idea that the Saudis say, because one of the fundamental aspects of this is the petrodollar, that all oil exports are paid for in dollars, right? So, that links into all this, that the petrodollar may be under assault because the Saudis are potentially saying we may take other forms of currency. Russia just this week scored a big victory because Viktor Orban, the leader of Hungary, who just won re-election, said, yes, we will pay for Russian gas in rubles. Right. And so when you do that, that weakens the American sanctions against Russia, as well as creating an opportunity for a new form of currency to be used that would supplant and rival the American dollar. And that's very worrisome to American officials, American leaders, American presidents, because the entire American empire is based upon the primacy of the American dollar. Again, this idea that the United States can produce debt and then sell that debt to other nations, because their reserve currency or dollar, the only thing they can do with that is buy debt. If the American dollar was still turned to gold, they could take their dollars and say, hey, we want gold. But there's nothing they can do with those dollars except purchase American debt. And that sustains the entire empire. That's how, in my opinion and many other opinions, you can have $25 trillion in American debt, or whatever it is, how we can spend $14 trillion on war in the Pentagon from 2001 to 2020, $14 trillion, and still have a AAA credit rating. Right? I mean, that so you have this idea that there's going to be something that's going to supplant the dollar, replace the dollar, or at least threaten it, or bring it down a few percentage points in terms of its primacy, is something that really scares a lot of people, not just in the United States, but in Europe, Japan, other places that are dependent upon that American primacy. I like to think of our allies, so to speak, as the little fish that swim around the mouth of the shark, right? Feeding off the crumbs. So it is, Sam, that's a really good question. The Chinese have offered up other ideas about currency. There's the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, that you hear this type of talk coming out of continuously. There are, I think, fairly well substantiated arguments about the wars in both Iraq and Libya having to do with both Iraq and Libya before they were destroyed, offering the idea of some type of new currency, say in Libya, a Pan-African currency, and that brought the ire and the attention and then the ire of the United States onto, say, Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. So there are also these stories about Saddam Hussein in Iraq as well. And I think there's a pretty good amount of truth to those. Not the only reason, not the main reason, but certainly something that's there. So I think it's something that people, I would say, to continue to look at. There was actually an article, was it the Wall Street Journal or the USA Today in the last couple of weeks, where they talk to people who don't believe it's so far-fetched, and that there are experts out there who believe that the American dollar could lose its world reserve currency status in as little as 10 years. But I don't know. I'm a big Yogi Berra fan. And, as Yogi said, predictions are hard, especially when they're about the future. So I can't, give you an opinion on that, though.
Okay, we have a couple more people wanted to ask questions, and, can feel free to head out at any time, because, we said we'd let you go by 3. We do have just a couple more, and so if you have a few minutes, we can try to get those in quick. So we had Joe Nathan Kingfisher and Barbara Dahlgren on the stack. So Joe Nathan, take it away.
Hey, thanks for that shout out to Native America. As we say Native American Indian, because it's still federal Indian law. Mm-hmm. And we are the original sustainable diversity of this place. And I think the American farmer was sort of the second form of local sustainability that was attacked by the United States government, pushed off the land and forced to pay taxes. So, I mean, one of the questions I've said many times is, how will we sustainable, subgroups, our sustainable few, survive the unsustainable many metropolises and large populations? And I think we have a lot of learning from each other, and I'm very happy that you are agreeing, and I just really support your campaign, and best of luck in your political realizations. Thank you so much for helping our Wisconsin Green Party.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, ZB. Yeah, sustainability. I just had to fill out an endorsement questionnaire for a DSA, and they asked me about my priorities, and I came to understand them in terms of what they were looking for in saying that my priorities were human rights, accountability, and sustainability, and how those are all linked together. And that, with the sustainability piece, I think that the obvious thought with sustainability is, maintaining what we have and ensuring it's productive for the future, right? So that, take a very banal example, changing the oil in your car, right? That's sustainability, I think, in its most fundamental form, right? Making sure the oil stays lubricated so the engine stays lubricated so the engine can continue to run. And if you look at it in that sense, we understand sustainability, though, in a much broader way, right? And that's why I think most people, the issue that comes to them for sustainability is climate change or climate crisis or climate collapse. And one of the things I think is important to talk about with that sustainability is, how do we sustain our societal infrastructure? I think people have a good handle on the need for sustainability for our energy resources, sustainability for our physical infrastructure. As sea levels rise, what are we going to do? How are we going to sustain the mass amounts of physical infrastructure that we have that will be ruined, damaged, overwhelmed by the climate crisis? I'd say the other thing with that, though, is societal infrastructure. How do we sustain our society? And sustaining it, it doesn't have to, now when you're talking about societal infrastructure and sustaining that, it doesn't just have to relate to the climate crisis. But I think if you go back, we talk about the deliberate destruction or deliberate assault on working families, say the policies of financialization. You realize that it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for working families. It's not sustainable for working families in the sense that the wages go down and costs continue to rise, and working families are forced to rely on credit. So as financialization occurs, and as you see, financialization occurring, one of the main reasons for the housing crisis that we see right now, I'm pretty certain it's similar in Wisconsin. Throughout North Carolina, we've seen a 20% rise in rents. And for homes, it's been a 25%. We're purchasing homes, been a 25% rise. I mean, this has a lot to do with how homes have been turned into investments, how major money holding institutions view homes as a great source of revenue for them, and their entry into the housing markets has caused this rise. Well, that's all part of financialization. And when you put that next to the loss of income, the loss of wages by working families, but you see and then you add in the rising education costs, the rising healthcare costs, costs in general. Certainly everyone here is dealing with rising gas prices, gas prices, with inflation in general. You can understand how that's not sustainable, and how we continue to come closer to economic collapse, how economic inequality grows every year. So sustainability, I think, has to be looked at in that way as well. how do we sustain our economic system, our societal infrastructure, our physical infrastructure, our energy infrastructure, right? As well as then the environment in general. North Carolina, we have some of the country's most polluted rivers for a variety of reasons. A lot of it has to do with animal agriculture, particularly hog farms. When you look at sustainability, then you start to understand, I think, in my perspective, how it really is very holistic. And how then we have to balance everything. And then that brings me back to what I've learned. My time when I was at Standing Rock was really instructive to me. And I'm so grateful for having being able to be out there and the way I was welcomed and felt included and the things I was taught. And one of the things that just kept coming back over and over, I heard this phrase, walk in balance. Walk in balance. And I think that is the thing that, for me, when I think about sustainability, it comes back to, and that ties it back to what you were saying with regards to indigenous an indigenous understanding or a Native American, Indian understanding of sustainability.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, Barb, you're up. Barbara, did you?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
So my question is about, it's a cynical one that we always get from two-party voters who say, oh, well, even if you did get elected, which is a long shot to begin with, they put it on pretty thick, if you did get elected, you'd have to caucus with Democrats and Republicans, and they wouldn't allow you to caucus with them. And there's no way that you'd be able to get anything done. So my question is, a lot of people, even if they're Democrat and Republican voters, they agree with our simple answers to the problems, that if you want to have peace, then you shouldn't be funding the war machine to the tune of $1 trillion. That if you want to have, Medicare for all, then you actually, you can just vote it in and you all of a sudden have this program. That we have very simple solutions to the problems. They're very basic. If you want to have clean water, you have to clean it and protect it. It's really not that hard. But we have this quagmire where nobody can get anything done. So how do you answer that question, that you have to work with all these people that are just not going to ever work with you, and that you'll have to caucus with people that are just not going to be receptive at all? What is your strategy piece for how to get these things done that are very simple, but in practice of politics are the problems with moving anything forward at all? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Yeah, because I hear that as well, and I think, I kind of think of it in a sense of that, it's like you're putting you're putting a wedge into a crack, and you say, people will just look at the wedge and say, well, that's not going to do anything. That's not going to split open what you're trying to split open. But then you hit it with a sledgehammer. And I think that's what people miss out on is, it might be one person, one man or woman who's now in the Senate, who's now in the House, who represents the Green Party or a Socialist Party or a left-wing party or whatever, but there's a mass of people behind them. And it's using that force. And it's being in there and working one asymmetrically, but also I think viewing it differently than what it looks like to those who are asking the questions. Certainly, there are the rules of the Senate and of the House, and caucusing is necessary. And you can imagine where someone who comes in from the outside who doesn't want to play by those rules is left off of all committees. You can imagine the circumstance with that. But I think the idea, though, is that you're building and that you're growing, and that you are, particularly say in the Senate, which is so close, would be such a fundamental player in the sense of that, if the Senate is split, someone's vote who is, from the Green Party or whatever, has an extraordinary role, has an extraordinary presence. And then you utilize that, through your voice, through your messaging, because you would have that attention. So I think that's a lot of it, is trying to not meet the system as the system expects you to meet it, but rather to be asymmetric and to use what advantages you have, particularly the force that brought you there. And as you said, one of the things is that you look at our platforms in the Green Party, and they're very popular. They're very popular. I don't think there's anything, on my issues page that doesn't have majority public support, or at least political plurality support. And that's not because we're just picking whatever is the best, polls best, but no, this is where we come from because of what we believe in. This is where our values brought us. And these are the policy suggestions that come out of those values. And people agree with that. So I think that's, I think that's the way I look at it. But you're always going to get those questions, you're always going to get that, it wouldn't matter. It's the very cynical type of, and there may be some merit to it, but I think it's just always brought forward in a way that no one's expecting a response anyway. I don't think anyone ever asked that question is ever really looking for like a real answer, right? Just kind of a way to kind of poo-poo the idea. But I don't know. I'm wondering if Marcia has thoughts on it, since Marcia has done this for, certainly a lot longer than I have, right? And has been successful with it. So if Marcia, if you have thoughts.
I ran in nonpartisan races, but you're always going to ruin something if you run. So I think you mentioned it, somebody mentioned it earlier, Dave was mentioning, if we're not there to raise these things, people settle for the center, and we got to keep pushing. And I love the idea of the Senate being so split that a Green could be like the deciding vote. That's just my best thing for today. Thank you.
Yeah, no, one thing I have said about it, because I've been asked about that, and it'd be like, yeah, I'll pledge to you, I will be the worst person they would ever want in the US Senate from the perspective of my fellow senators. They will not get their Pentagon budget increase. They will not get their fossil fuel. It just won't happen. It won't happen. And if they think that nothing gets done now, then nothing is at all is going to get done. The subsidies for pharmaceutical companies or whatever, that's not going to happen. So that I think is, you take on the, I like a lot. It's a lot of things I don't like about FDR. A lot of things I do like about FDR. One of the things I love about FDR is that, they hated him. They absolutely hated FDR. And I say the capitalists, the Wall Streets, the bankers, the corporations, they hated Roosevelt. And Roosevelt, FDR said, I welcome their hatred. And I think that's what we take into this if we get in that position, remembering who we are there representing. And it doesn't matter to me if the Pentagon doesn't get funded. I don't care. You want the Pentagon funded, then we're going to do something about healthcare. We're going to do something about student debt. The fact that Joe Biden can keep pulling this stuff with student debt, and hey, it's great that there's another delay in student debt, but it's also too, it's wrong. It's terrible. But in the fact that there's never any hostage taking of the Pentagon budget, for example, is just, but that's, yeah, that is something that I think that as a third party, as people who are not part of the system and who are not going to play by the system, I think that's a really strong lever that we would have to pull.
Yeah, that's a great point. And the idea of a Green in the Senate being even more powerful than Joe Manchin is very exciting.
Yeah.
And one other thought that I had from this whole discussion, I mean, a million thoughts, but the idea that we spent, 14 trillion and counting on these senseless wars. And then when you say, hey, we need a Green New Deal to save humanity, they say, how are you going to pay for it? It just shows the current system is so absurd. But yeah, Matt, you've been really generous with your time and, went above and beyond for us. So thank you for that. And again, very challenging ballot access campaign in North Carolina. They're really going all out and, need our support. So, Matt, please feel free to share, the links where people can support you in the chat. Again, it's Matthew Hoh, H-O-H, for Senate.org.
Right. And I'll pop it in there again. There we go.
Yeah. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, we are, past our official time to adjourn. So, we can let you go, and then we'll probably wrap up this meeting in just a couple of minutes. But yeah, thanks again. It's been awesome.
Yeah, thank you all. I really appreciate your time, and hopefully at some point I get to meet some of you all in person, maybe, right? But yeah, you all have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay. Great. Well, yeah, that was really, really good discussion. And as I said, that's just about the last thing on our agenda, except for a call to action. We've been over a lot today, and we don't formally yet have candidates, but we hope to very soon. And so definitely be on the lookout in the next week, the next few days even, for information about people who are running and our endorsement process and endorsement vote. And after that, for information about ballot access, because we also need people to petition and get all the signatures that we need to get back on the ballot and win back our ballot status. And if you're not already involved with our Wisconsin Green Party committees, then please give them a look, and we can always use more help. And that's where the work gets done, and that's where we're building the party. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else, but if anyone has any kind of last burning thoughts, just about what the next step should be before we close, then feel free to get on the stack one last time. Otherwise, everyone, please enjoy the rest of this beautiful day.
Dave?
Yeah?
Yeah, are we going to have kind of the meeting after the meeting or not?
Yeah, good question. We did say that if people wanted to stick around and kind of keep talking, then you can feel free to do so, because normally with an in-person meeting, a lot of times people can do that. Yeah, so I think we can do that. I mean, we did want to formally adjourn the meeting, and let people know there's kind of no more official business or official discussion, but there can be like informal chat afterwards. Okay, but yeah, I think it was great meeting everyone, and so why don't we officially adjourn now, and anyone who wants to stick around and keep chatting, feel free to do so. Yeah, talk to you all soon. Have a great day.
Thanks, everybody. See you soon.
So, Laura, I'd be interested, before you go, are you still there?
I am.
Yeah. I kind of missed the intro to you. Like, I don't remember where you're from, and then you have some background that seems to be in healthcare. I think I might have been away from the keyboard. I might have been in the kitchen. But yeah, if you could just kind of reintroduce yourself, that would be cool.
So I'm originally from Wisconsin. I was born in a little area called Hickory Corners, which is, like in the Suring Gillette area.
Wait, I have no idea where that. Yeah, I'm lost.
So if you looked at Green Bay and then went up north and slightly to the west, that would be the Gillette, O'Connell Falls, Suring area. So north.
But on the not on the Door County Peninsula, more.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Menominee, no. Yeah. Okay.
And I've lived in Illinois and Iowa and Pennsylvania and South Carolina. So I've been around, but I spent like 10 years in South Carolina and 2 years in Pennsylvania. And before I moved away from Wisconsin the first time, I was working with American Medical Security in Green Bay as a claims processor. And then I moved to Illinois and I worked with HealthStar as a claims processor. So I had, a fair amount of experience. And then after I left Illinois and came back to Wisconsin, I worked with, it's now, I guess it's Humana now, but it wasn't Humana then, out in De Pere. So I had a lot of experience with the whole healthcare system thing. And what I realized through all of the places that I've lived is that no matter where I worked, people just looked at the information that they were being offered for their health insurance plans and literally guessed and were unaware and uninformed. And employers don't want to be like, oh, well, this will work for you and that, because they don't want to pick for somebody.
So can I interrupt?
Sure.
So what I'm imagining, I think what we need, this is a new business that's forming, and it's not directly addressing what you're dealing with, but it's, now like the spouse of somebody can't even be in the same room with, like the husband can't even visit the wife because of the COVID situation. And the hospitals are abusing patients' rights. So what I'm suggesting is, if I'm a single person, I want to go into the hospital, I really need to hire a patient advocate, maybe one of those nurses that get fired because they refuse to get vaccinated, that knows the inside baseball. So like if I'm holding an insurance policy, I practically need to hire, you could maybe start a business where we could hire you to negotiate. I've had a minor case where it took over a year for them to work through a bill, and it was relatively simple, but all these delays, it's just.
There was one thing I learned at American Medical Security that insurance companies never tell people. And that is because this was before when pre-existing conditions were, big. If you had a pre-existing condition, people didn't understand the 612 or the 36 or the, 1218 methodology behind that. But one of the tiniest little rules that insurance companies loved to save money on was that they would send a message out and tell somebody, well, we need you to submit information about your pre-existing condition, about your medical history. And what people didn't know was that if an insurance company requests information from you, by law, they need to pay for postage. And they weren't sending things, they weren't sending, a postage paid envelope with it or anything. And so people were gathering all of these large medical records and these piles of papers and sending them in, and, and they were spending the money on it themselves because they didn't even know that if an insurance company requests that information, they have to pay for shipping on it.
Yeah, it's interesting. And they use delay tactics. Like
yes,
they suspected that I might have insurance through some other carrier or something. I have no idea why. And so that introduced a delay in the claims processing. All I had to do is say no, but that added weeks to the whole thing.
And they try to do that because there's a limitation on if a claim is not submitted or a request for reprocessing is not submitted within a certain time frame, then they can just say it's out of scope and they don't have to even process the claim. I've spent the last probably 7 to 8 months dealing with Anthem and Bellin Health System because somehow Bellin started submitting even after they had my correct group number and member ID. They were submitting it under my insurance when I was an employee instead of when I went on COBRA. And so the insurance company wasn't doing anything, wasn't verifying anything. They were just saying denied. This is, and the reason code was that my insurance coverage must have changed, or I should reach out to the provider about my insurance coverage. And it took 7 months to get things straightened out, but I made calls every couple of months between the two places, and I downloaded, exported copies of my claims. So there's a lot of work, and they make it that way so that they can get you, because they're not going to turn around and tell you, well, we're not going to process this. They just don't do it. And then the doctor's office comes after you, and you think that because it went to your insurance, that this is what's left over and what you owe. And what people don't know or realize is that if the insurance company denies it, that amount doesn't even go towards your deductible. So for my case, I probably had $3,000 worth of medical bills that were being denied because the provider put the wrong code down, the wrong group number code. And when I would call or when I would make a payment, the provider would apply that to the oldest visitation or doctor's visit, and then they would clear it off the books. And so I literally had to have people go back and be like, no, this is not. Yeah.
Do you understand why the libertarians, they want to go with the what do they call them, like health? There's some concierge services. It's just like, hey, pull out your charge card and pay for it, cancel your Medicare, just self-insure. I mean, that's what I do with my dentist. I just pull out my charge card, pay, and I don't have, life is too short to deal with all this.
Right, but when you self-pay, you are paying full price at whatever the doctor's office wants to charge.
Well,
Whereas
they give you a discount. It's probably not enough of a discount.
Well, but when you're part of an insurance group, they have contracted amounts that they will do. And so if the doctor's office normally pays or charges $130 for a 15-minute visit, and they submit to, you have insurance, maybe that with that network provider, the insurance says, no, the contract amount that we're going to allow you to charge is $90, which means that $40 cannot be charged to you. So you might have to pay all $90 to cover your deductible or part of that for your co-insurance or et cetera. But the doctor's office cannot charge you for that $40 that they would normally charge someone else who just walks into the office and doesn't have insurance.
Okay,
Right.
cool.
I mean, absolutely. It's like medical providers have a ton of discretion with how much they charge for services, how much they charge for medical supplies, and it's not representative of their costs. You know, I mean, it's pretty egregious. I mean, you'll see these medical bills where it's like they have a charge on there for, you know, say like $100,000. And you'll, you know, look at the breakdown of the charges on there, and there will be these adjustments that are applied that take away, you know, the majority of the cost.
Right.
You know, and so it essentially makes it so that, you know, if you have better insurance, if you have worse insurance, it's going to make it such that you have to pay massively greater amounts of money for medical services.
And part of that reasoning is that doctors' offices are bumping up and charging exorbitant prices because when they treat somebody who's uninsured and then doesn't pay, they cover that with all this extra money that they get from somebody who did pay.
Right, absolutely.
So we don't have a Green Party local in that area that, I don't know, what latitude are you? Are you like north of the 45th parallel? How far north are you?
I don't know. I'd have to look at my Google Maps.
Yeah, but anyhow, I'm just trying to think, you know, after this meeting, and it is a bit of a challenge because, you know, we used to have a local in Stevens Point. I think there's some activity in Stevens Point, and, you know, with Zoom, I'm just trying to think what you can do to stay connected with the Green Party in between these membership meetings. And maybe as this in our small group, we could talk about that. I mean, you'd be welcome to join our Milwaukee Zoom meetings, and there's also Madison Zoom meetings. And as I said, I know there's some activity in Stevens Point, but I don't know if they've got a local going. Have you got any other Green Party connections up there?
I don't know anybody here. I mean, I'm from this area, but I was listening to you guys talk about housing and rent and how that, and I'm just like, I'm one of those people who I would prefer to rent. I don't want to own a house. I don't want to be tied down. And I ended up buying a house here because I was caring for my mom. And she, you know, she wanted to live in this area. So I bought a house, and now I've just recently refinanced to get a shorter term. But, you know, I mean, I'm here and I'm stuck, and I didn't want to be here. So I literally don't really know people, which is why if I was going to run for any office, I feel like I would have a better opportunity to do more statewide or higher, even though I don't have prior experience or political clout, so to speak. But it's because I literally don't know enough people locally that I could even begin to get traction.
So those officers, what are they? Secretary of State, Treasurer, there's the gubernatorial, you know, the VP and the governor, or lieutenant governor, and who, attorney general. The reason I'm mentioning all of these is if we say you ran for Secretary of State and you got 1% of the vote, we would get ballot status. So that's why we, if we're really focused and all we do is just run one candidate and we put all our efforts into it, there's actually some benefit to that. If we have multiple candidates, we have to petition for all of them. I'm not advocating one or the other. We had one case where we had 4 candidates, so we went out with 2 clipboards with signatures sheets on both sides of each clipboard, and yeah, it was challenging.
Just to answer your latitude longitude question, O'Connell Falls is latitude 44.87286.
Cool. So yeah, you're halfway to the North Pole. All right. No, that's around the Eagle River is right around that, even with you, and Traverse City is kind of on the other side of the lake at that level. Okay. So seriously though, so do we have all your contact info, like in our database?
Well, I
Do we
paid
have your-
dues yesterday, so I had to fill whatever that was out. So I think somewhere my information should be saved.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Cool. Great.
All right, so I think I'm gonna call it quits and get outside for some of this really nice weather.
Well, Sam, I
yeah.
wanted to just say that if you have my email information or whatever, feel free to reach out if you're, working on that or want to collaborate on that
Absolutely, I will.
calculator.
Yeah, because I mean, I think that between the three of us, we can get that done, and that will be a really valuable tool. Not just for the party, but for people,
Right.
so that they can understand, how these costs really compare.
Yeah. And I even sent that suggestion into the Bernie Sanders campaign, but it didn't go anywhere, obviously.
Right, of course.
Well, we can see if we can implement it here, and it'll be really helpful for people.
Well, I think things like that, workable tools are helpful in not just health insurance, not just health coverage versus Medicare for all. I think it's helpful when you talk about climate change, right? So I can easily sit here and say, well, I'm in Wisconsin, so I don't have to worry about rising sea levels because I'm not next to a coast. But if the weather patterns change so drastically that it affects that, then we're also going to have different changes in here. So while the South used to be Tornado Alley in Texas and Oklahoma, we now are starting to see that Tornado Alley is stretching from Texas all the way to Georgia and further. So, it's not just, oh, well, it's the waterfront people who are going to have to worry. When droughts, when floods, when weather changes happen and patterns change, it changes how farmers can do that. And what is Wisconsin? Farmers. So we need to start thinking about how we get them to see how these big things are going to affect them personally.
Yep, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And it's not just climate change, it's things like soil degradation, and how that's going to impact our ability to feed ourselves in the near future. When we're dealing with, dual crises of, rising temperatures, droughts, and then also that, our soil doesn't, produce the same nutritional content that it used to. And, the way we've been, what's the word I'm looking for, kind of boosting the nutritional value of our soil for the past, 50, 100 years has been through, fossil fuel derived fertilizers.
Right.
So it's all linked.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we need, I heard we need more copper in the soil, 'cause that's good for your heart. And but yeah, I know I have a friend who's into the whole sustainable thing, and he's into the no-till soil thing. I'm not an expert. I don't know what the right answer is, but would you be willing, Laura, to do some or consider doing like a blog entry about your experience with insurance? Because we're always looking for articles. We've got a blog or more than one blog on the main websites. Just think about it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure.
So Sam, you need to, I think it's best if you if you end the stream.
Right.
I don't even know. I mean, I'm in unknown territory. If I went in there, I don't.
Sure thing.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll end the stream. I'll get it on the YouTube side, then I'll cut it off on the Zoom side.
Yeah, that works. Great. Yeah, I think I'm good. Yeah, and Laura, I think you've got my contact info. I would say if you're not in a lot of Zoom meetings, just be sure to just save the